You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, boy, are you going to learn some things tonight. Make sure you have pen and paper and be prepared to jot some things down. You're going to kick yourself over and over again if you don't. And later on, we're going to give you a phone number that you can call if you want to find more about what Dr. Wallach is going to be telling you tonight. And if you're like me, you're going to want to write down that phone number. I think this is one of the most important messages that I personally have ever heard in my entire life. And so I think most of our listeners think very close to the way I do. I think you're going to feel exactly the same way. So you need paper and pen, and later on in the broadcast, be listening for the toll-free number that I'm going to give you in case you want to learn more about what Dr. Wallach is going to be explaining to you tonight. This is for your education and for your enjoyment, and boy, have you got something in store for you. So pay very close attention, folks, and please don't go anywhere. You've got so many things that you're going to be absorbing tonight that you can't afford to be away from your radio for even 1 second.
Dr. Wallach is going to explain to you tonight not only about cardiac myopathy, but many other things. I pray that you listen closely and carefully, because what you're going to hear may save your life or the life of your loved one. Dr. Wallach in 1991 was nominated for the Nobel Prize. He's had many, many fabulous things in his life. There's no way I can tell you how pleased I am to have him here in Kansas City tonight. And I want to turn the time over now to Dr. Joel Wallach. Would you all give him a big hand?
Well, I'd like to add my welcome to Barbara's. I'm certainly glad you're here. How many of you grew up on a farm or still work a farm or have anything to do with livestock? Well, I'll tell you what, you're my kind of people, because I grew up on a farm in West St. Louis County back in the 50s. And we started out with beef calves. And if you raise livestock, the only way you can make money is if you raise a lot of your own feed, for those of you who don't have that experience. And so we raised our own corn, and we raised our own soybeans and our own hay. And we had a truck come out from the mill. And this truck would come out from the mill, and it would grind up the corn and the soybeans and the hay. And then we would add sacks of vitamins, minerals, trace minerals. And we'd make pellets out of it, and this is what we would feed the calves. In 6 months' time, we'd ship them to market to be slaughtered, or we'd save back some of the best ones for ourselves. We'd knock them in the head and eat them, put it bluntly. And it always fascinated me as a teenager that we did that for those calves, and in 6 months ship them off to be slaughtered, or we'd eat them. And we wanted to live to be 100 years of age without any aches and pains. And guess what? We didn't take any vitamins or minerals. And that bothered me. So I asked my dad, I'd say, hey, Pops, how come you do that for those calves and you don't do that for us? And he'd give me this good old Missouri farm wisdom. He'd say things like, shut up, boy. You're getting this farm fresh food, and we hope you appreciate it. And, of course, I was very quiet then because I didn't want to miss out on any meals. Well, then when I went to school, I went to the University of Missouri, the School of Agriculture, and I got my degree in agriculture. And it was very interesting to me that I got my major in animal husbandry and nutrition. My minor was in field crops and soils. And then I got into veterinary school. As a freshman veterinary student, I learned the answer to my question. And the answer is this. We know how to prevent and cure diseases in animals with nutrition. And the reason why we do that is because we don't have major medical. We don't have hospitalization, Blue Cross Blue Shield. We don't have Medicare. We don't have Hillary to watch out for us. If you're going to make money as a farmer, you better know how to do stuff yourself, and you better do it efficiently with feed and nutrition if you can. Well, to make a long story short, after I got out of veterinary school, I went to Africa for 2 years, and I was able to fulfill a boyhood dream. I was able to be a Frank Buck for 2 years and work with Marlon Perkins. Many of you will remember him from the Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. and he's a great gentleman. And after 2 years of working with elephants and rhino, people used to ask me, are you a small animal vet or a large animal vet? Well, I would tell them I'm an extra large animal vet because I worked with elephants and rhinos. Well, after 2 years, he sent me a telegram and said, would you come back to the St. Louis Zoo and work with us? We need a wildlife veterinarian at the zoo for a special project. We were given a $7.5 million grant from the National Institutes of Health, and what we need is a veterinarian who will do autopsies of animals that die of natural causes in the zoo. Well, I was just overjoyed to do that, and so I came back and did that. And, of course, I not only did autopsies for animals that died in the St. Louis Zoo, but the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago, the Bronx Zoo in New York, the National Zoo, the L.A. Zoo, and so forth. And my job, again, was to do autopsies of animals that died of natural causes in the zoo and look for a species of animals that was ultra-sensitive to pollution. This is because during the early 60s, we had just learned about pollution and ecological problems and disasters, and nobody quite knew what to do. And so I was supposed to find a species of animals that was extra sensitive to this and use them much like we did the canaries in the mine. The old Welsh coal miners used to put a canary in a little wicker cage and take it down in the mine, and if methane gas or carbon monoxide would leak into the mine, the canary would drop off the perch and die first, and the men knew to get out before the mine blew up or they suffocated. Well, again, to make a long story short, over a period of some 12 years, I did 17,500 autopsies on over 454 species of animals and 3,000 human beings who lived in close proximity to zoos. And the thing that I found out was this. Every animal and every human being who dies of natural causes dies of a nutritional deficiency. And that fascinated me. It took me back to those calves. I said, gee, that's fascinating. Everybody's dying of nutritional deficiencies. And we could document this at autopsy, both chemically and biochemically and so forth, and things you saw with the eye at the autopsy table. Well, that fascinated me. And I wrote 75 scientific articles. I wrote 8 multi-author textbooks, and one textbook of my own costs $140 for medical students, and I'm sure the only thing they do is use them for doorstops. And it couldn't get anybody excited. I was on 2020. I was on 1,700 newspapers. I was in magazines. I was in every network TV that you can think of. And guess what? Couldn't get anybody excited back in the 60s about nutrition. So what I did was went back to school and became a physician. I finally got a license to kill, and they allowed me to use everything I'd learned in veterinary school about nutrition in my human patients. And to no surprise to me, it worked. I spent 12 years up in Portland, Oregon in general practice. And it was very fascinating. What I'm going to share with you tonight is what I learned over those 10, 12 years using nutrition with my human patients. And if you take home only 10%, it will save you an enormous amount of unnecessary misery. It will save you a gob of money. And those of you in Missouri know what that means. A gob means a lot. And it will save you, and in fact, it will add on many healthful years to your life. Okay, it'll add many healthful years to your life. Well, you can't do this. You can't get these healthful years. You can't have longevity. You can't live to your genetic potential just falling off a stump. You have to do some things. And the first thing I have to do is convince you that it is worth doing these things. And I'm going to start out by convincing you that the genetic potential for human beings is 120 to 140 years, our genetic potential for longevity. Okay, 120 to 140 years. There's no less than 5 cultures whose people live to be 120 to 140. It starts out in the Tibetans in western China. These people were popularized back in 1934 by James Hilton. He wrote a book called The Lost Horizon. Many of you will remember reading that. It was a Pulitzer Prize-winning book way back then. And they did a movie of that in 1937. It's a very long movie, about 3 hours. You can get it from any Blockbuster video. And I would encourage you to get it and look at it when you have 3 hours. It's a great movie. And the oldest living person that has some documentation, I'm sure there's a certain amount of exaggeration in there, but there is some documentation, was a fellow, a Dr. Li, L.I., from China along this Tibetan border. And this fellow, when he was 150 years old, quote unquote, received a big certificate from the Imperial Chinese government. He was born in 1677. 150 years later, he was given a certificate by the Imperial Chinese government for being 150 years. And then when he got to be 200 years, they sent him another, 50 years later, they sent him another certificate, and supposedly he died at age 256. And as people of that nature, he was written up in the New York Times in 1933 when he died, and the London Times, and so this is fairly well documented. But he may have only been 200 years old. I don't know if he was 256, but this is the person that led James Hilton to write that story. Then there's in 1967 or 68, there was a remake of that movie. It was a color version. If you haven't seen that, it was called Shangri-La. I'd urge you to see that. Then in eastern Pakistan, there's a group of people called the Hunzas. And these people are very famous for longevity, 120 to 140. And if you've been in alternative health for any length of time, you've heard their name at least. Then in what is now Western Russia, it used to be the Soviet Union, the Russian Georgians were made famous during the 70s by Dannon yogurt. You remember the old Crimea War veterans, they'd get their uniform on, they'd hold a saber up, and they would get a cup of Dannon yogurt and smile a lot, and you're supposed to make the mental leap that it was the Dannon yogurt that made them live to be 120. Then just south of them, the Armenians, the Abkhazians, and the Azerbaijanis are famous, at least in the Soviet Union. They were studied for some 60 years because they routinely lived to be 120 to 140. In fact, in 1973, the January issue of the National Geographic, 1973 January National Geographic, did a special article on people who live to be 100 and are older. And they featured these people. And there's a great pictorial article. You know, National Geographic is very good about coming out with pictures. And 3 of these dozens of pictures that were in that article, I remember one of them was a lady who was 136 years old. She was sitting in a wicker chair with a big Cuban cigar in one hand and an 8-ounce glass of vodka in the other. And she was partying. She was having a good time. She was not in a nursing home, all slouched over and ready to have somebody take another $2,500 out of her checking account. She was enjoying herself at 136. Then there was a semicircle of couples, boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, and they were celebrating their 100th and 115th and 120th wedding anniversaries. Then the third picture that I remember is a gentleman who is picking tea leaves up at the timberline in the Caucasus Mountains in Armenia, and he was listening to one of these little transistor radios back then, and according to his birth records and baptismal records, his military records, and the birth records of his children, the National Geographic said that he was 167 years of age, the oldest living person at that time. On the Western Hemisphere, the Vilcabamba Indians in Ecuador are very famous. They live in the Andes. And then in southeastern Peru, my favorites, the Titicacas. I just like them because I like the name. They're sort of east of the Machu Picchu, or the old community. The Titicacas live around Lake Titicaca. And, of course, they're very famous for living to be 120 to 140. Well, in May 11th, just about a month ago, the oldest living American at this time and documented through the Guinness World Book of Records was Margaret Steep. She was from Radford, Virginia. She died at age 115, and she died of a nutritional deficiency. You can tell that from her obituary. She died of the complications of a fall. What did she die from? Osteoporosis. Very good. She died of a calcium deficiency. She had no heart disease, no cancer, no diabetes, no other infirmities, but she died 3 weeks after a fall because she didn't have enough calcium. Very interesting. Also, her daughter said that she had a craving for sweets, and so she died, and that's a disease called pica. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but usually when you have a craving for chocolate, if you're a chocoholic or a sugaraholic, that means that you have a deficiency of chromium and vanadium, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Then in a third world country, in Niger, in Africa, a chief by the name of Bauer, at age 126, was eulogized by one of his wives, so I assume it was plural, it had many wives, and she was bragging about him at his death at age 126. He was still in possession of all his own teeth. Okay, so you assume that other faculties are working too. Then here's a gentleman from Syria at age 133. He died in July of 1993. And he was in the Guinness World Book of Records, not because he was 133. There's been many people who live longer than that. Not because he remarried for the 4th time at age 80, but because he fathered 9 children after the age of 80. And this meant if you add up 9 months for each child and a year for breastfeeding for each one and a year between each one of the children, He was still fathering children after age of 100, and that's what got him into the Guinness World Book of Records. So there's still hope for you fellas. Then those of you who like science, in November of 1993, just about 8 months ago or so, those 6 Biosphereans came out of that dome in Arizona. They were in there for 2 years, 3 couples, and they were supposed to eat the perfect food and recycle the atmosphere and grow their own food and whatnot and have no pollution in their water or air or food. And when they came out, they were examined by medical gerontologists from UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles, and they put all this information, their physical and their blood work and so forth, into the medical computers at UCLA. And the medical computer said that and projected that they could live to be 165 years old if they continued to do what they were doing. So all of that just says to you that there's a possibility you can live to be 120 to 140. And when I grew up on the farm, we could grow 200 bushels of corn per acre, and with all the labor and all the fertilizer and everything else you did, you could make a profit if you grew 200 bushels per acre. But if you only got 100 bushels per acre and put out that same effort and the same fertilizer cost, you'd lose money. And so I want you to think about it. The average lifespan for an American today is 75.5. The average lifespan for an MD or a doctor is 58. You want to gain 20 years statistically, just don't go to medical school. Also, if you want to know information about longevity, you're going to be better off asking a bus driver than you are a physician for longevity. Now, there's 2 basic things you have to do to get there. You want to live to be 120 to 140, there's only 2 basic things. They're real simple, 2 things to remember. Number 1, you have to avoid the pitfalls. You have to not step on the landmines, I call it. And those of you in the military, you know what that means. You do something stupid like step on one of those things, you kill yourself wastefully or unnecessarily. And, of course, if you play Russian roulette or smoke excessively or drink excessively or wear a black sweatsuit and run down the middle of the highway at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to get struck by a car. All of those things are foolhardy, but it's amazing how many tens of thousands of people die in America from doing those stupid things every year. It's amazing. In fact, there's these kids who sat in the middle of the highway because it was done in a movie and whatnot and got killed, the college kids. It's amazing. The last thing I will share with you on that subject of avoiding the landmines, I suggest very strongly to you that you avoid going to doctors. Because given half a chance, they will kill you. And I'm going to back up that statement, which is a pretty strong statement, with a statement from Ralph Nader's group in January of 1993, just about a year and a half ago, January 13th. He put out a news release based on a 3-year study on the causes of death in American hospitals, and it was a 1,500-page report, this 3-year study, and I'm not going to waste your time or mine by going over the whole thing word for word, but the bottom line says a lot. The bottom line says a lot. And here it is, quote, this is from Ralph Nader now. He's a consumer advocate for those of you who don't know him, who watches out for us. Quote, 300,000 Americans are killed each year in hospitals alone as a result of medical negligence, unquote. I'm going to read that figure again because it's a huge figure. Quote, 300,000 Americans are killed each year in hospitals alone as a result of medical negligence, unquote. Now, he didn't say slipped away quietly out of neglect in a corner somewhere while they're waiting for an x-ray. He used the word killed. When you use the word killed, that means there was a procedure the doctor was doing went wrong somehow. That means that they gave them a wrong prescription. They put a decimal point in the wrong spot and gave them an incorrect dosage. These people were killed. 300,000. To appreciate how big a figure that is, you have to compare that with our military losses in Vietnam over 10 years, where we lost 56,000 people over 10 years, or an average of only 5,600 a year, on a field of battle where people had guns and artillery and explosives trying to kill each other. And millions of people poured out into the streets and protested that war. We had political anarchy in the last 3 years of the war. Students took over universities and colleges with guns and explosives. National Guardsmen shot students at Kent State in Ohio. We chased the president out of the presidency for 5,600 military personnel a year. And here's one profession that takes your tax money in the form of Medicare and Medicaid and kills 300,000 of us a year, according to Ralph Nader, and I believe him. He has no axe to grind. And you can go out in the street any day of the week in any city, and there isn't even a crazy street preacher out there with a sign that says, protect us from doctors. I want you to think about that, folks. That's number one. You have to avoid stepping on the landmines. So there's a certain value in treating yourself when you can, or preventing disease so you don't have to get treated. Now, the second thing you have to do, number 2, is you have to do the positive things. You have to do the positive things. And I'm going to start out here by just putting a figure up on the board. It's the number 90. And you need 90 nutrients in your diet every day. You need 60 minerals. You need 16 vitamins. You need 12 essential amino acids or protein building blocks. And you need 3 essential fatty acids. You need 90 nutrients in your daily diet. Otherwise, you're going to get a deficiency disease if you don't have them in complete numbers and optimal amounts. Well, I can tell you that I was one of those nerds back when I was in college. I had a clipboard. We didn't have computers back then. So I had a clipboard, and I was one of those funny guys with glasses and would walk up and down in the student union there in Columbia and say, do you take vitamins and minerals? I was still fascinated by that. And, of course, people would kind of look at you crazy and say, well, yeah, I take vitamin E. And I'd wait for them to come up with the other 89, and they didn't. They just, I take vitamin E. Well, today, if you ask people, do you take food supplements? They say, oh, yeah, I take Tums. Because that's what, they hear all the time. Well, again, you need 90 nutrients if you're going to make it. But the newspapers know, and the magazines and TV and radio knows that we're interested in health and longevity and supplements. So they all talk to us, not because the medical profession has asked them to do that in their stead. The medical profession doesn't say, hey, we're so busy saving people with surgery and chemotherapy and radiation and pharmaceuticals, would you please educate the people on nutrition? They do it because it sells newspapers. Well, my favorite article of all time appeared in Time magazine, April 6, 1992. And if you haven't read it, I'd urge you to get it out of the school library or public library and photocopy it. Stick one copy on the door in the bathroom and one on the refrigerator. It's a cover article. It says, the real power of vitamins. New research shows they may help fight cancer, heart disease, and the ravages of aging. Again, there's 6 positive pages in here. There's only 1 negative sentence. And it was issued by a medical doctor who was asked by the writer of the article, what do you think about vitamins and minerals for people as food supplements? And here's what the doctor said, quote, popping vitamins doesn't do you any good, sniffs Dr. Victor Herbert, a professor of medicine at New York City's Mount Sinai Medical School. We get all the vitamins we need in our diets, and taking supplements just gives you expensive urine, unquote. Well, to give you a Missouri translation of that means you're just peeing away your dollars if you take vitamins and minerals. You might as well wad up your dollars and throw them in the toilet and flush them away because you're not getting any redeeming value from it. Those quacks are just taking your money for those vitamins and minerals. That's what he was trying to say. It got published. So it must be true, right? I'll tell you what. After having done those 17,500 autopsies in 454 species of animals from around the world and 3,000 humans, and liking to be healthy myself and having children and grandchildren and the not-too-distant future great-grandchildren, I'd rather pee out 50 cents or $1 a day worth of excess vitamins and minerals. It's pretty cheap insurance. Because if you don't invest in yourself to the tune of $1 a day for vitamins and minerals, guess what? You're going to invest in the lifestyle of an MD somewhere. Because when you pay the medical doctor your fee for going to see him, not 1 penny of that goes to study how to diagnose or treat or prevent a catastrophic disease in a little child, like who was in here earlier, or how to prevent or diagnose or treat better breast cancer or prostate cancer in adults. Guess what that money goes for? It pays the doctor's mortgage, makes his Mercedes payment. It pays the tuition for his kids to go to medical school at Harvard. You know where Harvard is? Up in Boston. Pays the tuition for his kids to go to law school at Yale. Pays his alimony for his 5 ex-wives. I don't know why doctors always have 5 ex-wives. It must be genetic. They blame everything else on genetics, so it must be genetic. Well, I believe because we've made doctors wealthy, between 1776 and the Second World War, the U.S. government spent $80 million on health care and health care research and studies. Right now, we're at $1.2 trillion a year for health care. And it's free. We all know it's free, right? I like that lady. She says, like heck. It's not free, but we're supposed to believe it's free. And everybody wants more of it and more free stuff. Well, I'll tell you what. If we used a human-type medical system for the agricultural industry and the livestock, your hamburger would cost $275 a pound. On the other hand, if you use the agricultural health system that we use in animals for humans, your monthly insurance premiums for a family of 5 would be $10 a month. You take your choice. Well, I believe, since we've made them wealthy through insurance programs and government subsidies, I believe they owe us something. I believe they owe us at least as much as the industries do, according to, for instance, recall notices. This was started, of course, 25 years ago when Ralph Nader learned that the Ford Motor Company had made a Pinto car with a rear-end gas tank that would blow up, and you got hit from behind at 20 miles an hour, fry everybody in the car. And when people complained to Ford Motor Company, they said, well, you're just dumb for getting in a car accident. We're not going to pay you for that. Well, Ralph Nader says, no, it's a faulty design. So he went to a federal court, and the judge agreed with him, and through a court order, forced Ford Motor Company to send everybody a recall notice with a registered letter, bring that car in, and they'll fix it for nothing. Well, over the years, if you read the business sections in the newspaper, there's always recall notices from one thing or another. Sears had to recall 400,000 major appliances because the timers made in Taiwan would set on fire in the middle of the night. And then there was, I guess, Ford Motor Company again just a few months ago. They had pickup trucks with a fuel line laid on top of the drive shaft, and after about 25,000 miles, it wore through. I mean, with all these high-priced engineers, you'd think that somebody would spot that little thing. And they had to recall about 25,000 pickup trucks of a certain type. But the one that I think is the funniest, of course, has to do with the Saturn cars. They had to recall every car they ever made from car number 1 through millions of cars through April of 1993 because the electrical system was somehow coded into TV channel changers. And let's say your neighbor came home at 2 o'clock in the morning and wanted to watch the news or a movie because they couldn't sleep. They're there flicking through the channels. Your car would start, drop into gear, and drive out the back of the garage. Well, after a few hundred of them, they believed it was cheaper to send out a recall notice and just get them in and fix them before they had thousands and thousands of suits to rebuild houses. Well, I believe the medical profession owes us that same courtesy, if you will, when research shows that what they've been telling us for 10, 15, 25, 50, 100, or 300 years is incorrect or has been changed. They should send every one of their patients and former patients a registered letter that says, hey, for the next 3 Tuesday nights, we're going to give you a free 1-hour lecture on kidney stones or tuberculosis or heart disease or whatever it may be. Has anybody in this room ever gotten a free recall notice from your physician? Kind of interesting, isn't it? I want you to think about it. What if Sears were to put in 300,000 cars vinegar instead of oil for an oil change? And the engines in 300 cars for that stupidity would burn up. There would be Senate investigations. There would be class action suits like you wouldn't believe. They ruined my car. But they kill 300,000 a year and nobody protests as long as we get ours free. And that scares me, that attitude. At any rate, I've done a bunch of these recall notices you should have gotten over the last couple of years. We'll go through them quickly. Number 1 is ulcers. How many of you ever heard that ulcers is caused by stress? Okay, everybody's heard that. If you don't raise your hand, you got Alzheimer's or you're fibbing, right? Well, we knew 50 years ago in the veterinary industry that ulcers, at least in pigs, was caused by a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. And, of course, we couldn't get one of these high-priced stomach surgeons from Mayo Clinic. In fact, we always used to yell, hold the Mayo, when they say stuff like that. And otherwise, your pork chops would be $275 a pound to pay for that kind of surgery. And we learned that with a trace mineral called bismuth and the tetracycline antibiotic that we could prevent and cure those stomach ulcers in pigs without surgery. And so that's what we did. It cost $5 to cure a pig of stomach ulcers with bismuth, the trace mineral, and tetracycline. Well, the National Institutes of Health now, not the National Enquirer, but the National Institutes of Health came out in February of this year, February 1994, and said ulcers are caused by a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori, not stress. And they can be cured. They actually use the cure word in this news release. Medical researchers never do that. They always say it shows promising results or may be beneficial. They use the cure word, National Institutes of Health, and they say can be cured with a combination of the trace mineral bismuth and tetracycline. Well, for those of you who don't know what bismuth comes in, you can get it from any grocery store or drugstore. It's pink, about $2.95 for an 8-ounce bottle, and it's called Pepto-Bismol. So a teaspoon a day full of Pepto-Bismol and some Aurimycin calf scour pellets, you can take care of ulcers. Now, you have your choice, whether you're going to treat your own for $5 or go get whittled on. That's your choice. Then what's the number 2 cause of death in Americans? Terrible disease called cancer, right?
Daffy people like me go crazy over the things you do. While we are underneath the moon above, you got the acting of
Now you have your choice whether you're going to treat your own for $5 or go get whittled on.
Crazy people like you. Crazy people like the things you do when we are under the moon above. Crazy people like me go crazy over people like you. Goofy people, daffy people like me go crazy over the things you do. While we are underneath the moon above, you got me acting just like a loon. It must be love. Crazy people like me go crazy over people like you. Crazy people like you. Crazy people like the things you do when we are under the moon above. You got me acting just like a loon. It must be love. Crazy like you, 'cause love birds does no better. Always love together. It's an old custom of the house that keeps folks from drifting apart. Now that's the reason, baby, that I call you baby. We're each other's counterparts. Crazy people like me go crazy over people like you. Wow. Goofy people, jabby people like me go crazy over the things you do. Wow. Don't mind if I raise a lot. Sweet angel shine. It's just a habit I've got. You drive me wild. Crazy people, jabby people like me go crazy over people like you. Wow.
Well, folks, if you're like me, you're learning an awful... I wasn't supposed to do that. You're learning an awful lot of good information this evening. If you would like to learn more, call this toll-free number. Remember, this is for your education and for your enjoyment. But if you'd like to learn more, call this toll-free number, 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. Once again, 1-888-403-2405. This is just an incredible experience, I know, for all of us. If we can actually prevent diseases simply by nutritional methods, just think, ladies and gentlemen, how much better this entire world would be. Is it true that doctors are intentionally steering us wrong? Well, I don't know, but I do know this. Dr. Wallach is steering us in the right direction. And I, for one, am listening to him. And I hope you learn to do that too. Once again, the number is 1-888-403-2405. Doesn't cost you a penny.
Fit for a king, fit for a queen. Get your laundry cleaner than clean with King's washing machine. All of your clothes brighter than new. White gets white and gray to blue with King washing machine. It's a hell of a time. It's in front of the pack. You'll say goodbye to Grant. Sure as penguins say quack.
Wait a minute. What? Penguins don't say quack.
Well, what do penguins say?
I thought you'd never.
They say, fit for a king, fit for a queen. Get your laundry cleaner than clean with King washing machine.
Then what's the number 2 cause of death in Americans? Terrible disease called cancer, right? Now, when doctors get information on cancer, you'd think they'd photocopy that. And when they send you that bill, instead of threatening you with collecting, one of these collection agencies, they should send you some photocopies of this stuff. Well, in September of 1993, the National Cancer Institute, not the National Enquirer, but the National Cancer Institute, and the Harvard Medical School up in Boston did a study on cancer patients, and they came out and they said an anti-cancer diet was found. I can tell you, when the National Cancer Institute sent that information to your doctor, he leaned back in his chair, wadded it up, and did one of those things right in the waste can. He's real good at throwing that stuff in there. The only thing he reads is, I get gold golf clubs if I sell 20 prescriptions of Prozac a month. Think about it, folks. Well, at any rate, they picked China to do this study because in one province, Henan province in China, they have the highest rate of cancer in the whole world. They took 29,000 people for 5 years in this study, and what they did was give them different vitamins and minerals at double the recommended daily allowance for Americans. Now, that's a trivial amount. For instance, they used vitamin C for one group, and, of course, the RDA, or recommended daily allowance for vitamin C, is 60 milligrams. Double that's going to be 120 milligrams. You can't go into a health food store and find a vitamin C tablet or capsule for less than 500 milligrams for an adult. And, of course, Linus Pauling, the gentleman with 2 Nobel Prizes, says if you want to prevent and treat cancer with vitamin C, you got to use 10,000 milligrams a day. Well, all the doctors who used to argue with him back 35 years ago are all dead. And today, Linus Pauling's still 94, and he works 14 hours a day, 7 days a week on his ranch in the Big Sur in California and teaches at the University of California, San Francisco. So you have to make up your choice whether you're going to listen to the dead doctors or Linus Pauling. Your choice. Okay, vitamin C, double the RDA, nothing happened. Vitamin A, double the RDA, nothing happened. Zinc, riboflavin, the trace mineral molybdenum, niacin, nothing happened. In one group, they got a major benefit. In this group, they got 3 nutrients at one time. They got vitamin E, they got beta-carotene, and the trace mineral selenium. Those 3 were at double the RDA. And if you get a 0.5% benefit in any nutritional or pharmaceutical experiment, you've made a major improvement in humanity's life. And so these articles get published. So I want you to remember that statistic. 0.5% is major benefit. Well, in this group that received the vitamin E, beta-carotene, and selenium for 5 years, deaths from all causes were reduced by 9%. Almost 10 out of every 100 or 1 out of every 10 who were going to die in that 5 years from any cause survived. Then cancers, all cancers, 13% survived who would have died without those 3 nutrients. So 13 out of 100 lived who would have died. And then the type of cancer that was most prevalent in Henan province, stomach and esophageal cancer, 21% lived who would have died. 21 out of 100 lived. Now, to me, those are significant numbers, and your physician, for the number 2 cause of death in America, should have sent every one of you a photocopy of that, at least giving you information. Even if he didn't want to give you the advice, give you the information, let you make up your own mind. Well, here's one I think is funny on one hand, and on the other side, it tells you the attitude of physicians. This has to do with arthritis. It was in September 24th, 1993 that it was released. Again, it was from the Harvard Medical School and the Boston VA Hospital. How many of you in here have ever been to a VA hospital? Anybody in this room? Okay, good. Well, you know, the people who've been to a VA hospital, you have 2 opportunities to give your life for your country. One's on the field of battle, and the other's in the VA hospital, right? Well, at any rate, the title of the release was Chicken Protein Halts the Swelling and Pain of Arthritis in a Patient Trial. And what they did, they took people who failed to respond in any way to medical treatment for arthritis. These people got gold shots, methotrexate, they got aspirin, prednisone, cortisone, everything else you can think of, physical therapy. And the only thing left for them was joint replacement surgery. Okay, now before Harvard Medical School, the VA hospital was going to give it to them, they said, look, we're looking for some people who are willing to suffer for 90 more days, just 3 months, because we want to try something, a short-term experiment, and they got 29 volunteers. And what they did for those 29 volunteers who failed to respond in any way to medical treatment for arthritis was they gave them a heaping teaspoonful of ground-up dried chicken cartilage in their orange juice every morning. Just a heaping teaspoon of ground-up chicken cartilage. And in 10 days, according to Harvard Medical School, all the pain and inflammation was gone. These are people who didn't respond in any way to medical treatment. In 30 days, they could open up a new pickle jar that had never been opened. And in 90 days, 3 months, they had maximum return of function. Now, here's the funny part. The funny part comes by a statement of the guy who was the director of that study from Harvard Medical School, and here's what he said. Quote, listen to the words, they're very important. Quote, after 3 months, it was clear that the drug was beneficial, unquote. Because it worked, chicken cartilage had become a drug. You can see he's thinking about patent numbers, and his eyes are rolling around with $300 a capsule, 20 patients, and you can just see him calculating, right? That means if you go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and you buy a bucket of chicken and throw away the skin and the meat and eat the ends off the bones, you're practicing medicine without a license. And if you go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken in the middle of the night, in the dark of the night, and you go to their dumpster and you root through there and you collect 2 5-gallon feed buckets full of chicken bones, and you take them home with a hammer and you pound off the ends of those bones and dry your own cartilage in the microwave, you know, you're manufacturing a pharmaceutical, and the FDA is going to put you in jail. Well, if that's a little messy for you, and you don't want to pay those lawyer fees, you can go into any grocery store and get some Knox gelatin. Women know about Knox gelatin because it's good for your fingernails and your hair and your skin. It has the raw materials for chicken cartilage. It has the raw material for your cartilage. It's made out of beef cartilage and beef tendon. And if you take 2 of those little half-ounce envelopes a day in your orange juice, and you take it with an ounce per 100 pounds of body weight of colloidal minerals, next time I come by here in 3 months, you're going to run up on this stage and hug me and kiss me if you got arthritis. How many of you have ever heard of Alzheimer's disease? Everybody's heard about it today. 50 years ago, when I was a little kid, there was no such thing as Alzheimer's disease. It's a new disease, one of those things that just sort of happened. Now it's a major disease. 1 out of every 2 people who reach age 70 get Alzheimer's disease. Pretty scary. Well, we learned 50 years ago in the animal industry how to prevent and cure in the early stages Alzheimer's disease in livestock. Can you imagine how much a farmer would lose if the pigs were all laying there scratching their heads saying, why am I here? Where is the feed box? Because if they're not gaining a couple of pounds a day, you're losing money, right? So we learned in the agricultural industry how to prevent and in the early stages cure Alzheimer's disease. We do it with high doses of vitamin E and low intakes of vegetable oil. You say, Wallach, that's crazy. High doses of vitamin E. Well, you should have got a recall notice from your doctor in July of 1992 because the University of California, I mean, we're talking about a sophisticated research medical school here. University of California, San Diego came out and said, vitamin E eases memory loss in Alzheimer's victims. Now, they're only 50 years behind on that from veterinary medicine, so you might be safer going to a veterinarian. Then how many of you in this room ever had a kidney stone? Anybody in here ever get that, kidney stone? Okay, I see a few in here. What's the first thing a doctor told you to give up nutritionally when you got your kidney stone? Give up calcium. No dairy. No dairy. None of those vitamin mineral things with calcium in them because they had the stupid, naive, ignorant belief. That's pretty intense. They have the stupid, ignorant, naive belief that the calcium in your kidney stone comes from the calcium you eat. When in fact it comes from your own bones when you have a raging calcium deficiency, a raging osteoporosis, then you get kidney stones. We learned 1,000 years ago in writing in the agricultural industry, if you wanted to prevent kidney stones in livestock, you better give them more calcium. You better give them more magnesium and more boron. Now, the reason is, of course, bulls and rams, male cattle and sheep have special anatomy. When they get a kidney stone, they die. They call it water belly. They die. When you and I get a kidney stone, we just wish we were dead. But no farmer is dumb enough to pay for the feed for an animal and have it die before you can either eat it or send it to market. So we learned how to prevent those things. Well, you should have got a recall notice from your doctor, especially you people who've had kidney stones. Your urologist should have sent a notice to you. This was about 15 months ago, March of 1993. It says, calcium limits kidney stone risk, and this is from the Harvard Medical School up in Boston, by the way. In a study that turns conventional medical wisdom on its head, researchers have found that people whose diets are rich in calcium run a reduced risk of developing kidney stones. In a study of more than 45,000 people who were ranked into 5 categories, the group that had the most calcium had no kidney stones. So it took them 1,000 years to catch up. Now, about 5 years ago, when I started out on this crusade and started lecturing to people all across America, and I'm in one time zone and the next and all over, I knew I was going to get crazy out there doing this. Last year, I was on the road 300 days out of the year, 300 out of 365 days. And so I decided I needed to have a hobby that I could take with me. Every time I get a little wacko, I could go in my room and do this hobby, and I'd be okay. You know, it'd be kind of like having a little piece of home with me wherever I went. And I wanted to have a hobby that would help other people. I didn't want to collect baseball cards because I like football. And I didn't want to do just crossword puzzles because it's good mental exercise, but it wouldn't help anybody else. And I couldn't take my compost pile. I like to garden, and the hotels don't like that, you know. So I decided I was going to collect obituaries of doctors and lawyers. Now, as crazy as that sounds, remember I told you the doctors live to an average age of 58, and we live to 75.5. And here's a group of people, professionals, who pontificate to you and tell you, well, this is what you need to do. You need to give up salt and no caffeine, and you need to not eat butter and eat margarine and do all these crazy things. And they die at age 58 on the average. And, of course, all those people who live to be 120 to 140, they put a chunk of rock salt in their tea every day, and they drink 40 cups of tea a day, 40 chunks of rock salt. And they cook with butter instead of olive oil. And they live to be 120. So who are you going to believe? The people who live to be 58 or the people who live to be 120? It's your choice. Anyway, got a few of them here, some of my favorites. This is Dr. Stuart Cartwright, age 38. He dropped dead in his home. He was a family practitioner of a ruptured aneurysm. That's a ballooning of an artery that's a weakened artery because of the fragmenting or the brittle condition of the elastic fibers in arteries. Just like when you hit a chuck hole with your car tire and you break the cords in there and you get a balloon. He dropped dead like he was poleaxed, okay, right in his home from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And we learned in 57, that he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. The reason why we say that is, 1957, we learned that aneurysms are caused by a copper deficiency. We had a pilot project, 250,000 turkeys, and we made complete food pellets where you put all the 90 nutrients in there. And in the first 13 weeks, fully half of those turkeys died. 125,000 of them. Farmers were out there every morning picking them up by the bushel basket. They took them to the state diagnostic labs and their autopsy, and they found out that they all had died from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. So they doubled the amount of copper in there, and the next year they tried to raise 500,000 turkeys, and they didn't lose a single turkey from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And they ran that experiment in mice and rats and rabbits and dogs and cats and calves and sheep and pigs and whatnot. And guess what? They found out there's a whole series of diseases that are caused by a copper deficiency. Gray hair is the first sign. When you start getting gray hair, regardless of your age, you got a copper deficiency. You get skin wrinkles because the elastic fibers in your skin are going. Those little crow's feet around your eyes and facial and body skin wrinkles. You look like you're a little prune drying up. Okay. Then, of course, there's the varicose veins. Varicose veins. That's caused by an elastic fiber breakdown. Then, of course, parts of your body begin to sag. Under your arms, your breasts, your bellies, your legs, all this stuff starts sagging. And you can go to a cosmetic surgeon or plastic surgeon if you want, but it's a lot cheaper and a lot more effective and a lot safer if you just take some copper. Okay, well, Dr. Cartwright may have had a medical degree, but he didn't have expensive urine, so he died of something that even a turkey wouldn't die from. And here's one. This fellow, he was a doctor's doctor, Dr. Martin Carter. He almost made it. He died at age 57. He got his medical degree from Harvard Medical School and his Ph.D. in medicine from Yale. Of course, he was autopsied by the best because he was a doctor's doctor. He said, quote, "The cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm," said Dr. Jules Hirsch of the Rockefeller University Hospital, unquote. What did he die from? Copper deficiency. See, he didn't have expensive urine either. And here's an attorney. I know you guys, you're not a doctor, are you, sir? Here's an attorney. She was so famous, she was from Detroit, age 44, Ellen Joyce Alter. She was in the New York Times obituary. She made the big time. And, of course, she probably had steel buns because she belonged to one of those private health clubs. All these gals want steel buns, you know, doing their little exercises. But she didn't have expensive urine because she died of a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. When they don't do an autopsy, the symptoms could be called a stroke or subdural hemorrhage, but very frequently they're caused by a ruptured aneurysm, which is a copper deficiency. She didn't have expensive urine. How many of you here have ever heard of a guy by the name of Stuart Berger? Stuart Berger. He wrote 5 best-selling books on health and diets and nutrition. He got his medical degree from Tufts Medical School, which is a very fine medical school in Boston, not too far away from Harvard Medical School. And the books he wrote included The Southampton Diet for Weight Loss. He wrote Forever Young, 20 Years Younger in 20 Weeks, and How to Be Your Own Nutritionist. And he died at age 40. How'd you like to follow his dietary practices? He died at age 40 of cardiomyopathy, which is a selenium deficiency. The same cause as white muscle disease or stiff lamb disease. And any farmer can go to a feed store and get selenium pellets or selenium injections, things like Celotoc and Bozy and so forth. And Dr. Stuart Berger, a guy who wrote 5 best-selling books on nutrition, died of a nutritional deficiency. He didn't have expensive urine. Now, you can totally prevent cardiomyopathy for 10 cents a day. And if we don't do it, we're malignant dumb, I like to call it. You're malignant dumb if you don't take in 10 cents a day worth of selenium. It's a waste of your life. That's one of those landmines you can avoid. The medical treatment of choice for cardiomyopathy is a heart transplant of $750,000. I want you to think about that. They get the heart free from a donor. They get the blood free for the surgery from the relatives. They use $2.50 worth of suture material. And they charge you $750,000 for that procedure. Now, 6 months ago in L.A., when they had the earthquake, they were putting people in jail for 60 and 90 days for price gouging for selling these terrified people a gallon of water for $4. They put them in jail for price gouging for selling them a gallon of water for $4. Now, to me, that's entrepreneurialism. You know, that's being in business for yourself. If you had a way to distill water and make water, and you had a car and you could get in there and sell those people a gallon of water for $4, hey, more power to you. Because if you go to a 7-Eleven and buy a quart of Evian water, it's $1.29. So 4 of those quarts is $5. Kind of interesting, isn't it? They said it's price gouging because those people were terrified. We'll talk about a person who needs a new heart. They're terrified. $750,000, we should put those doctors in jail. But we bow to them because, that's high-tech medicine. Out of 270 million people in America, you save about 50 a year. Is that cost-effective? I don't think so. At any rate, Dr. Stuart Berger didn't have expensive urine. And here's the last one, and many of you may know this woman. Her name was Dr. Gail Clark. She was age 47. She was the chief cardiologist of the West St. Louis County group of hospitals. She was the chief cardiologist for the St. Mary's Hospital, St. Mary's Health Center in Richmond Heights in St. Louis County. She was age 47. Guess what she died from? Heart attack, a cardiomyopathy heart attack. You can just see her walking down the hall. She's got the stethoscope around her neck. You know, this is their little status symbol. Got my stethoscope around my neck. Back when I was in school, they folded it up very bravely and put it in their pocket. Boom! She falls down. She has a heart attack right in the hall. And, of course, the nurses scoop her up and put her on a gurney, and they call the technicians and another doctor, code 3, code blue, whatever it is, and they whip her into the room. And you can hear them. Let's say you're a cardiac patient. You're laying there. You're all hooked up to the monitors and the IVs, and you hear them say, okay, tear her clothes off. Okay, stand back. Didn't work. Turn it up. Stand back. And then you hear that terrible sound when you know that the treatment didn't work. The flat line when you know the heart is gone. And everybody walks out of the room dejected, and you say, nurse, what happened next door? And she says, well, your cardiologist, you know, the chief cardiologist of this hospital, age 47, Dr. Gail Clark, just died of a cardiomyopathy heart attack. But you can see all the patients are holding their gowns. And they're running out of that hospital, leaving their watches and their shoes and their checkbooks and everything and their plastic credit cards because they don't want to get what Dr. Gail Clark got. My mommy sent me that one. Lastly on that subject, how many of you have ever heard of Reggie Lewis? Reggie Lewis Was a great athlete. He was a good, clean athlete. Age 27, he was a captain of the Boston Celtics basketball team. Had a $65 million a year contract. Didn't cause the team or his public any problems.
That's it for tonight, folks. We will continue with this same lecture tomorrow night, so make sure that you don't miss it. The number to call if you'd like to get more information, the call doesn't cost you anything, and information is always free, is 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. One more time. Write this down and make sure you call 1-888-403-2405. Good night, folks. Don't forget to tune in again tomorrow night, and God bless each and every single one of you.
I saw you last night and got that old feeling when you came in sight. I got that old feeling. The moment that you danced by, I felt a thrill, and when you caught my eye, my heart stood still. Once again, I seem to feel that old yearning, and I knew the spark of love was still burning. There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start for that old feeling. It's still in my There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start for that old feeling. Is still in my
Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, last night you heard part one of what I believe is the most astounding, most important information that I think I've ever heard concerning the health of human beings. And I think a lot of you realize that. Tonight you're going to hear part two. Now I want to tell you something, folks. I've never steered you wrong. We deal with truth on the Hour of the Time. And truth is elusive at best. We have a record of delivering to you the most truthful, most well-documented and sourced information of any old radio broadcast in the entire world. Wherever you live in this world, please pay close attention to what you're going to hear this evening. Dr. Joel D. Wallach was nominated for the Nobel Prize. He has performed over 17,000 autopsies on animals, domestic and wild, and those in zoos. He has performed over 3,000 autopsies on human beings. He has studied the cause of death of all of these animals, including humans, which he has participated in the autopsies upon. Ladies and gentlemen, what this man has to say is so important to all of us that if you have to go next door and drag your neighbor in to listen to this broadcast, this is part two. And by the way, it's not over. This is Dr. Wallach week on the Hour of the Time. You'll be hearing more tomorrow night, and Thanksgiving evening, you will hear even more. Everything that he says is so absolutely astounding, and he backs it up with documentation that everybody listening can go out and find. It's not hard to do. I've been at work around here checking out what this man says for the last week before we dared air his program. And so I can tell you that what he is imparting to you is the truth. Not only that, but a little over a week ago, I began taking his mineral and vitamin concoction that is made up of the correct way to take minerals and vitamins so that they're readily available and delivered to the body in the proper manner. They're not Walmart vitamins, folks, and they're not Walmart minerals. Those things don't do you much good. And you all know, those of you who know me personally, know it firsthand about the tremendous pains that I have in my legs. Ladies and gentlemen, the pain is almost gone, and I have not been without that pain for many years. And so I owe an awful lot to Dr. Wallach, and I owe an awful lot to the people who turned me on to his information. And I hope he can do the same thing for you. I feel really good right now. I feel better than I've felt in years. And I'm not even taking the full dosage that he recommends. Make sure that if you didn't call last night, that tonight you call 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. If you'd like to find out information about Dr. Wallach and how maybe he can help you, like he's helped me and so many others. Make sure you have pen and paper, and don't you dare leave your radio.
Reggie Lewis was a great athlete. He was a good, clean athlete. Age 27, he was a captain of the Boston Celtics basketball team. Had a $65 million a year contract. Didn't cause the team or his public any problems. Didn't use four-letter words. Didn't use drugs. Not a bad word come out of his mouth. And in April of 1993, he collapsed on the floor during a game with the San Antonio Spurs, and he was diagnosed with cardiomyopathy. Now, because he was an athlete in good shape, he survived that first heart attack. The Boston Celtics paid 12 cardiologists $1 million each on the front end to save Reggie. Save Reggie, and they spent $12 million. They didn't take $20 and send a medical student to the library to find out what are all the causes of cardiomyopathy. They just argued and bickered over who was going to get famous and rich by doing the heart surgery, the transplant on Reggie. Well, July 28, 1993, Reggie died of his cardiomyopathy. And here's a $65 million a year athlete, and they paid $12 million for 12 cardiologists to save him. What chance do you think you have in a hospital with a cardiologist who needs a Mercedes payment or has 5X lives to pay? He's not going to give you 10 cents a day worth of selenium. He wants $750,000. He earned it. He went to medical school for 8 years. Well, if you believe that's true, you just go ahead and get in line. But if you object to that, don't get in line and take your selenium. Well, why does this go on? Even though we know that these things are wrong, we inherently know that, and we know that there's the truth out there. We see it in the newspaper every day. Why does it go on? Well, there's a 5-letter word that's worse than any 4-letter word. It's M-O-N-E-Y. And I'm not against people making a living or making money. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you injure other people to get it, then there's something wrong with it. At any rate, this is illustrated by an article that was in the Washington Post, November 2nd, 1992, and the title of the article is Lining Doc's Pockets. And the first paragraph says, if you go to your doctor, you want him to think of you as a patient, not a cash cow. But 2 studies in this month's New England Journal of Medicine show that doctors are out to milk you dry. I couldn't believe doctors would write that in their own medical journal, so I went to the medical school in San Diego, in La Jolla, took out those articles out of the library, and sure enough, they were in there. But they were written by 2 PhD hospital directors, administrators. What they said was, hey, it's not paperwork, it's not insurance, it's not all this computer stuff that's running the cost up of health care. It's you doctors, because there's a lot of things you can do in your office for $50. But instead, when a person has good insurance, you say to them, well, I can't quite tell what's wrong. You got good insurance. Let's check into the hospital for a week or 10 days and run some tests. Well, who do you think owns the hospital? The doctor. The doctor does. And so he's referring you in there to make sure those beds are full and that all the overhead is taken care of. Remember, when you pay the doctor bill, where does it go? Where does it go? Well, it's gotten so bad that even the Reader's Digest has jumped on the bandwagon. To me, the Reader's Digest is a magazine that never says anything negative or bad about anybody or any group. It's the sweetest little magazine that ever was. The September 1993 issue features an article that says, can you trust your doctor? It lists 12 ways that doctors scam your money. Now, I'll let you read 11 of them yourself. I'll give you the worst one. In addition to their income from office fees and surgical fees and lab fees and hospitalization, in addition to all those fees, doctors get a kickback from the labs and the x-ray labs and clinics and hospitals. They get a kickback of $421 every time they send you in for a CAT scan or an MRI. And doctors tell you, oh, we do that because we're practicing defensive medicine, because if I miss something, 1 in 10 billion, you're going to sue me. So I do this just to protect myself. Well, if it was just to protect themselves and you knew them and they knew you, 90% of the people say, oh, just skip it, doc. You don't really think it's necessary. Let's save the money. But they got something more than defensive medicine to worry about. They get $421 in a kickback for every time they send you in for an MRI or a CAT scan. Well, when I practiced for 12 years up in Portland, somebody come to me with a terrible headache, never had one, I just walk up to them and tap them on the sinuses. And if they collapse to their knees, I know they had a sinus headache. Oh, doc, why did you do that? Well, I just wondered if that's a cheap lab test, And if they had, thank you, if they had blood dripping out of their nose, they'd take a $35 x-ray to see if they had a cancer in there. $35 in a free lab test as opposed to $421. If I wanted to make that $421, I'd have been a good thief. What I'd have built a chute right into that CAT scan machine, because I knew how to build chutes living on a farm. And I'd have gone out in the street and I'd have got every homeless person, I'd line them up in them chutes, and I'd put soup and a Big Mac at the end of that tube, And I'd say, I'm going to buy you a $1.50 dinner. I'm a good guy. I'm going to buy you a $1.50 dinner. You just got to go through this chute, go through that tube, and you get your sandwich and your soup. Man, they'd be flowing through there, maybe 100 a day. And I could start adding some things up. It'd be a lot of fun. At any rate, the average doctor gets $228,660 a year in CAT scan kickbacks. $250,000 a year. In any other industry, if you do that, politicians, lawyers, businessmen, stockbrokers, they get put in jail. The doctors, it's okay. Because insurance pays for it. Hillary will pay for it. We don't mind if they steal his blind. It's free. Well, remember I told you I was going to tell you about pica. Pica is a funny disease. P-I-C-A. I'm not talking about the type style that you see in typewriters and computers. But pica is a disease that farmers know about. In horses, it's called cribbing, when they chew on the feed bunk, the wooden feed bunk. You know you better give them some minerals, otherwise they're going to eat that feed bunk. Also, in cattle, dairy cattle especially, they're losing lots of minerals through their milk all the time, intensive milking. You'll see them picking up big rocks in the creek and chewing on them, or they'll chew on barbed wire, or maybe you'll see them walking down through a path with a deer bone in their mouth or something, or a shingle. That's called pica. And a good farmer or husbandryman knows you better give them some minerals, otherwise they're going to eat the barn or something. In human beings, we see this at funny times. Pregnant women are notorious for pica. In the middle of the night, they'll elbow their husband and say, hey, you better get up, I want some pickles and ice cream. They're craving minerals because that fetus is pulling minerals out of their body. They need some more minerals, and so it's recognized as a craving for things like sweets and salts and so forth. We see this in pregnant women. I used to have people come to my practice and they say, Doc, do I need to go see a shrink? I said, why is that? Well, I wake up in the middle of the night and I go outside with a spoon and I eat dirt. And no, that's okay. Just make sure it's clean dirt. Then they say, my kid sits there with a kitty litter box between his legs and he has a spoon and he's eating that stuff out of the kitty litter box. And then in housing projects, little kids will eat lead paint off the walls, and they get lead poison, get learning disabilities and bone problems and anemia. And we're good, so we spend $5 million to scrape the lead paint off of there and repaint it with latex paint. And all we have to do is give those kids 10 cents a day worth of minerals. It'd be better for them and save us $5 million. It's your tax money, and if we allow them to throw them away, those dollars, it's kind of interesting. At any rate, if you have a selenium deficiency, and you don't want to wait until you get cardiomyopathy and drop dead from a heart attack to recognize it, if you look on your hands and look in the mirror on your face, if you have liver spots or age spots, and I see quite a few from here, you have an early selenium deficiency that's called free radical damage. And fortunately for you, if you recognize that, and you start taking in some colloidal selenium, in 4 to 6 months those will all go away. You'll reverse that in 4 to 6 months. And when they go away on the outside, they're going away on the inside, in your brain and your heart and your liver and your kidneys. And if you have low blood sugar, how many in this room have low blood sugar? Anybody in here have low blood sugar? Okay, about 10%. How many of you have ever seen a hyperactive kid who gets on sugar? Okay, about everybody in the room. People who have sugar problems are like alcoholics. There's good ones and bad ones. You know, the good alcoholics are one when they get 2 drinks, they just go off in a corner and go to sleep, right? Same way as somebody with low blood sugar. They eat a big meal or they eat a piece of pie. 3 hours later, they clunk out and go to sleep. Then there's bad alcoholics. They're the one that gets 2 drinks in them and they get violent and rage and they want to fight everybody. They punch holes in the wall. You know, big brave fellows, and they kick their wife and kick the dog and take the chainsaw and cut their neighbor's tree down and all these wild things and drive reckless down the roads and kill people. Those are the bad drunks. Well, people who have blood sugar problems, there's bad blood sugar people too. They get a little crazy. Okay, I don't know how many of you remember the Twinkie defense, right? Remember somebody murdered 2 people, and he claimed he ate a Twinkie 3 hours before he murdered them, so they let him off because he got temporarily insane every time he ate sugar. Now, don't any of you try that. Well, chromium and vanadium deficiency will result in these sugar problems. Low blood sugar, and if you let it go on for any length of time, you develop diabetes, chromium and vanadium. Then a tin deficiency, the early symptoms of a tin deficiency are male pattern baldness. I see a lot of tin deficiency in this room. Yes. And if you let it go on for any length of time, you get deafness. Then there's a boron deficiency, and you gals should know about boron because it helps you keep the calcium you take in your bones so you don't get osteoporosis. Boron. Also, it helps you make estrogen. It helps you fellas make testosterone. If you don't take in enough boron, you ladies are going to suffer miserably going through menopause. Okay, you're going to have all those terrible symptoms. You fellas don't get enough boron, can't make testosterone, you won't know whether to lead or follow on the dance floor. You're going to be confused. She's saying he's got a boron deficiency. Then in laboratory, I should tell you, too, that we said this on the show today. Those of you may not have heard it. Some of you didn't hear the whole show. The first symptoms of a zinc deficiency is you lose your sense of smell and your taste. You say, food just doesn't taste good anymore, and you don't have a cold or anything like that. And you say, your wife says, well, aren't you excited about dinner? I spent the whole day in the kitchen cooking dinner. He says, well, I didn't smell anything when I walked in. You know he's got a zinc deficiency. Well, in laboratory animals, there's some 7 rare earths. These rare earths are trace minerals you need in lesser amounts than you need trace minerals. And they actually double the lifespan of laboratory animals. They've not been proven in humans yet, but I'm not going to wait 500 years for doctors to approve it. They're still arguing over vitamin C and calcium, right? So I'm just going to do it. Didn't kill any laboratory animals. It just doubles their life, and it's not a drug. These rare earths are called lanthanum, praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, europium, ytterbium, and thulium. There must be a reason why they're named after Old Testament cities. Well, remember I told you we needed 90 nutrients, we need 60 minerals, we need 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. And, of course, we're lucky in that plants as a group can make most vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids. Plants can do that because they just take carbon out of the air and make carbon chains to make vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids. But you have to eat 15 to 25 different plants a day in the right combinations to make this happen. Theoretically, it's possible, but most Americans don't do it. The average American thinks if they eat some potato buds out of a Betty Crocker box, they're eating a vegetable. Okay, so you got to be careful what you're considering a vegetable. Then, of course, people want to do right by their doctor, and they eat low-fat turkey breasts, and they put a half a jar of mayonnaise on there, and they put it between 2 slices of Wonder styrofoam bread. Remember that stuff you can insulate your house with and put in your shoes when you get a hole in the shoe? I remember when I was a kid 50 years ago, it was a lot of fun because we have Wonder Bread. We didn't have TVs back then on the farm. We didn't even have dryers that went round and round. So the only thing you could do in the wintertime was sit in the kitchen and wonder at a loaf of Wonder Bread. And they had the blue and red and green and yellow balloons on there. And if you read the labels as many times as I do, you know it said things like, helps build bodies at 12 ways. And about 15 years later, the FDA made them change it to help build your body 8 ways. Now, if you go to the store and look at Wonder Bread wrappers, it just says Wonder Bread. So it kind of gives you a clue. So even though this is theoretically possible, it's not likely to happen that you're going to get your vitamins, amino acids, and fatty acids in proper proportions from your diet. And so if your life is as valuable to you as mine is to me and my children's and my grandchildren's is to me, I would make sure that I take in all my vitamins and amino acids and fatty acids because I guarantee you won't make it to 120 or 140 if you don't. You're just not going to do it. Now, minerals are another story. We have a tragic story when it comes to minerals because plants cannot make minerals in any way, shape, or form. And if they're not in the soil anymore, they're not in our plants. We have for you, when you leave, a free copy of a summary of U.S. Senate Document 264. U.S. Senate Document 264 is from the 74th Congress, second session, and it says that our farm soils and our rain soils are depleted of minerals, and the crops, the grains, the fruits and the vegetables, and the nuts that are grown on these depleted farm and rain soils are minerally deficient, and the people who eat them get mineral deficiency diseases. And the only way to prevent and cure them is with mineral supplements. As U.S. Senate Document 264, 74th Congress, second session, it was written and printed by the U.S. Congress in 1936, 58 years ago. Do you think it's gotten any better? No. It has not gotten any better. It's only gotten worse. And the reason is, if you guys do what we did, and people continue to do, is we put NPK on our land, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and you see it as these 3 numbers in many combinations of ratios. And these represent percentages of these 3 nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And those of you who don't have any experience on farms, the reason why we do this is farmers get paid for tons and bushels. There's no subsidy that encourages people to put 60 minerals back in the soil. You get paid for tons and bushels, and for $40 an acre, you can get the maximum yield in tons and bushels. It only takes 5 to 10 years to deplete the land of minerals, because every time you harvest a crop, those plants pull minerals out of the soil, many pounds per acre every time you haul a crop out. So soon those minerals are gone. And if you only put back in 3 and you take out 60, it's like a checking account. If you only put $3 in your checking account every month and write checks for 60, what's going to happen to your checks? Boing, boing, boing. They bounce, exactly. Well, I can tell you that our health is bouncing right now to the tune of $1.2 trillion a year because there's no more minerals left in our soil. It's our responsibility, each and every one of us, to be responsible for our health and consciously take in these minerals. I have a lot of people asking me, what did these people do thousands of years ago? They didn't even have commercial fertilizers. What did they do? These societies that had long-lived people and whatnot. I want you to think about the Egyptians, the Chinese, people from India that lived around these great rivers, the Nile River, the Ganges River, the Yalu River in China. And what used to happen was every year or so it would flood, just like it did here in northern Missouri last year. And every time it flooded, guess what would happen? It would bring silt or rock dust from mountains from 500 or 1,000 miles away. And those people would pray to every god they had, the water god, the sky god, the wind god, the rock god, to flood. We pray, don't flood. They used to pray to flood because they had their floods during the wintertime, and it would put silt and minerals back in the soil, and their grain was very valuable. King Philip, who was the father of Alexander the Great, married the 12-year-old child queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. She didn't look like Elizabeth Taylor, all made up in beautiful costumes. She was a little flat-chested teeny bopper, not very sexy. But Philip married her because she controlled the best wheat in the world. And if he wanted his Macedonian army to conquer the world through his son Alexander the Great, he needed the best wheat in the world so he could march 20 hours a day, fight for 6 hours, and win. If they used the wheat from the depleted soils in Greece, they couldn't go 20 minutes without saying, "Mommy, pick me up." Can you imagine these big Greek soldiers? "Oh, my legs hurt. Pick me up." And so they knew the best place to get wheat was from Egypt. It was those floods that gave them those minerals. And all those cultures that came up with all the great art and all the great technology came from those places because they had more intelligence, because they had more nutrition, more minerals. I heard somebody say, very good. Well, you're getting the picture. Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pick out a couple of minerals, just a couple of them, so you get the idea. It applies to all of them. Let's just pick out a common one, like calcium. Everybody knows about calcium. Calcium deficiency will result in something like 147 different diseases. They're just different names. They're named after people like Bell's palsy. Bell's palsy is, everybody knows about that. One side of your face sags. It's not a true stroke. It just affects your facial muscles. It's caused by calcium deficiency. We'll talk about it in a little bit. But everybody knows about this one, osteoporosis. It's the number 10 killer of adults in the United States. It's very expensive. It costs you $35,000 each for each hip to replace. It's okay. It's free. Insurance or Medicare or Hillary will pay for it. It costs you $70,000 for both hips. As expensive as it is, and the number 10 killer, remember? Mrs. Skeets from Radford, Virginia, aged 115 years of age. She died of complications of a fall. We don't have osteoporosis in animals, and it's because of farmers we don't have osteoporosis in animals. It goes like this. You have a pasture with 100 cows in it, and this year you didn't have any calves. You can't repay your operating loan. You're in trouble, right? Because you paid for the feed and the vet bill and mowed the pasture and fertilized and maintained the fence and fed the cows and all this, that, and the other. If you don't have any calves, you can't pay back the operating loan and make any money. So you call the vet out and you say, "Do I get rid of these cows? What happened here?" And he examines the cows. He says, "Nothing wrong with them." He says, "Let me look at the bull." And he says, "Aha, here's your problem. That bull has osteoporosis with both hips, can't breed the cows, didn't have any calves." He says, "I'll tell you what, though." He says, "You give me $70,000. He says, "I'll put 2 new hips in that bull, and next year you'll have some calves." Well, the first thing that farmer says is, "Stand back, Doc." Boom! He blows that bull away with a deer rifle, and while the kids are grinding the bull up with a grinder and cutting roasts and steaks off that bull, the farmer's chewing on a straw and saying, "Now, Doc," pushes his Stetson up a little bit, and he says, I wasn't going to pay you $70,000 for that old bull." He says, "I can get a new bull every year for 70 years for that." He says, "But every once in a while I get a bull that throws good calves. I'd like to keep them. Is there any way I can prevent that osteoporosis thing from happening to a good bull?" He says, "Well, yeah." He says, "If you'll give a bull calf 10 cents worth of calcium every day after he's weaned, he'll never get osteoporosis." Farmer says, "No, wait a minute, Doc. You mean if I give that bull 10 cents a day worth of calcium from the time he's weaned, I can prevent a $70,000 disaster?" He says, "Oh, yeah, it's that simple." He says, "You mean all I have to do is give up a half a cup of coffee a day to do that?" He says, "Yeah, that's it." He says, "I choose that one." He says, "I'll give up the half a cup of coffee." And that's what we have to think like, okay? Then there's receding gums. Dentists and periodontists will tell you that if you want to prevent and cure receding gums, you better floss and brush after every meal. If you believe that works, I have some oceanfront property in Montana to sell you. If you all know your geography, you know that doesn't work. Now, as a veterinarian, I've seen hundreds of thousands of animals of all kinds, mice, rats, rabbits, dogs, cats, sheep, pigs, horses, lions, and tigers, and bears, and they don't get receding gums. And they don't floss. Now, they do get funky breath, but they don't get receding gums. Well, if you want to smell something, you just let a camel breathe on you, boy. Well, the reason we don't have receding gums in livestock is because we've dealt with the osteoporosis problem. Receding gums is not a deficiency of flossing. It's, in fact, osteoporosis of the jaw bones and of the facial bones. So if you have gingivitis or receding gums, you have advanced osteoporosis. Those bones around your teeth are melting away little bit by little bit every day. And if you take your teeth out at night and put them in a glass next to your bed and that fizzy stuff, you have major advanced osteoporosis because all your bone has melted away. Okay? Then there's arthritis. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Remember the chicken cartilage or the knock skeleton? 85% of all arthritis is caused by osteoporosis of the joint ends of the bones. You're talking about degenerative arthritis, osteoarthritis, sciatica, lumbago, rheumatism, all those sorts of things. They're caused by osteoporosis of the joint ends of the bones. I want you to think about something for a minute. If you don't take a pain reliever or an anti-inflammatory for that arthritis, let's say you get arthritis of the hips, you're going to kind of favor that a little bit, aren't you? You're going to get a cane or a walker or crutches. You're going to favor it, so you don't put any weight on it. I want you to think about that for just a second, because then I want you to think about driving your tractor in the field or you're driving a Mercedes down the highway. Either one, doesn't matter. Whichever you love more. And let's say you didn't put the nut on that oil pan real tight and all the oil drained out. And that light on the dashboard comes on and says, "It's getting hot, you better give me some oil." And that light irritates you. So you stop, you open up the hood, you get your clippers out, you know, your fence clippers, and you clip the wire to that light, and you close the hood, and you just keep driving. Would you do that to your tractor or your Mercedes? No, you wouldn't. But we take those pain relievers for arthritis, and we go out there and square dance, and do the Texas two-step, and do our 5-mile walk and our aerobics. That pill works real good, Doc, because it killed my pain. And you're just wearing that thing off faster and faster. Then your doctor's really going to get rich because you need joint replacement surgery. Then there's hypertension. This is one of my favorites, so I'll put a star over here. Hypertension is high blood pressure. What's the first nutritional thing that a doctor will tell you to give up nutritionally when you get high blood pressure? Give up salt. Everybody knows that one. That's been ingrained in our head. Well, they must think we're dumber than cows, because what's the first thing you put out for your livestock and it's about that big? A salt block. No farmer is going to be economically viable if you don't put a salt block out for your livestock. They're going to die. Your veterinary bills are going to go crazy. But we're supposed to believe that we don't need salt. You can get everything you need out of your lettuce and your whole wheat bread and stuff like that. Well, don't believe that one either. If you believe that, I got some more oceanfront property in Montana for you. Remember, those long-lived people put a big chunk of rock salt the size of a big black Concord grape in every cup of tea, and they drink about 40 cups of tea a day because they live at high altitudes where it's very dry. They have to keep hydrated. And they put butter in their tea. They put 2 pats of butter and a chunk of rock salt. They don't put the pink stuff or the blue stuff or skim milk or, what do they call it, cremora or whatever it is. Okay? Guess what? The doctors who live to be 58 tell you no salt, no butter. The people who live to be 120, they put in butter and salt. You got to make some choices. Well, they took $30 million of your tax money, and 2 years ago, after a 20-year study, they came out and said that they took 5,000 people with high blood pressure, they took them off their medication, and put them on a reduced salt diet, a restricted salt diet, and they all died. No big surprise, but somebody got a PhD degree, and everybody was happy, right? But when they looked at this results, they said that, only 99.7% of the people didn't get any results from that before they died. 0.3% did get some results, dropped their blood pressure 1 point before they died by restricting the salt. So the referees who judged that article said, doesn't matter, you might as well let high blood pressure patients eat salted peanuts and dill pickles and salt their food to taste, because it doesn't matter. In fact, worrying about the salt is more stress than taking the salt. Then they had a control group with 5,000 people with high blood pressure, and they doubled their RDA of calcium, and they stopped the experiment in 6 weeks. because 85% of them were cured of their high blood pressure just by doubling their calcium intake.
When you're out on the range and your stomach screams, a smart fella gobbles some beans. Cheese, pork and beans. If your tummy starts to grumble, well, you know what that means. It's time to gobble some beans. Cheese, pork and beans. Diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle-dee, diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle, pork and beans. Diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle-dee, diddle-o, diddle-o, diddle, eat some beans. Diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle-dee, diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle, pork and beans. Diddle-o, diddle-I, diddle-o, diddle, cheese, pork and beans.
Ah, don't you love it? Boy, if you're like me, folks, you're just really I'm writing as fast as I can, and I've heard all of this before. And every time I hear it again, I hear something that I forgot to write down the last time that I heard it. It's incredible. Let's really pay attention. Let's concentrate. Let's do the right thing. And let's get everybody healthy again. Let's ensure for ourselves and our families a long, healthy, productive life. It's not going to do us any good to restore the Constitution to constitutional Republican government under law. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're all sick. That makes sense to me. How about you? If you'd like to obtain more information about what you're hearing tonight and find out how you can help get your family back on the way to health, call 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. One more time. Write this down. 1-888-403-2405. Call right now, folks. Make sure that you call this number. I'm telling you, I can't even explain to you how much more healthy and happy I feel since I've been following the advice of Dr. Joel Wallach. And I think that you're going to have the same experience. At least I hope that you do. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I have struggled with the most excruciating pain in my legs for years. Years and years and years, to the point, ladies and gentlemen, where I actually thought that I couldn't go on anymore. And if you don't believe that, you talk to my wife and children, or some of the people who know me personally, who've attended our conferences and seen me hobbling around at the end of the day in excruciating pain. It's almost gone now. Nothing that I have ever done has ever helped with this pain, except what I've learned from Dr. Wallach.
Here comes Hudson. Here comes Hudson. Time for you to step into a beautiful new Hudson. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the way to you. Step into a beautiful new Hudson waterfall. Here comes Hudson. Here comes Hudson. Hudson.
Now, they didn't cold turkey stop their high blood pressure medication, but what they did was they went to the doctor and said, "You don't need this medication anymore. What are you doing?" He said, "Well, I'm on this experiment where I double my calcium intake." Anybody get a recall notice from your doctor saying it's okay to salt your food to taste and please do double your calcium intake? Anybody get that? Not a single one. It's very interesting. Then, of course, there's insomnia. That's where you roll around all night and you get When you wake up in the morning, you're more tired when you went to bed. That's insomnia. Of course, doctors have 2 treatments for that. They have Halcyon, which is a sleeping pill, and they have barbiturates. They kill about 10,000 people a year with overdoses of those things, but that's okay. It's in prescription, and they're watching out for us. And remember George Bush, when he went to Japan, they gave him some Halcyon so he could sleep on the way to Japan because of the time difference. And when he woke up, one of the side effects of Halcyon is nausea and vomiting. I don't know how you say it in Japanese, but it was very dramatic on world TV, right? Not very presidential. And so I'm sure that's why he lost the election, because he puked over that Japanese ambassador. And then, of course, there's kidney stones. And then there's bone spurs, heel spurs, and calcium deposits. Again, physicians will tell you the first thing to give up nutritionally is calcium and dairy, because they have this foolish belief, the stupid belief, the ignorant belief that the calcium in kidney stones, bone spurs, heel spurs, and calcium deposits come from your diet, when instead it only comes from your bones when you have a raging osteoporosis. And when you get these things, you need more calcium, not less. Then there's cramps and switches. You wake up in the middle of the night and your foot is all cramped up around your neck. And you say, Lord, take me from the knee down. I'm not going to make it till morning. We've all experienced that. That's very common. The one that bothered me when I was a teenager was twitches. My eyelids used to twitch. And I'd look in the mirror and I'd say, do people see that, or is that just my imagination? And sure enough, I could see it actually twitching. So I showed my mom, and she got panicked, you know. This is during the early 50s, and she grabbed me by the shirt and she took me down to this lady doctor. I'll never forget. Her name was Mary Jane Skeffington. And she had me sit down in my jockey underwear in this little stainless steel stool, you know, that she could wrench down and up. I'm sitting there in my jockey underwear for an hour. She'd look in my eye for 10, 15 minutes. She couldn't figure it out, so she'd go on to another patient, come back, and look. I knew she was lost, right? Now, today that'd be sexual harassment, sitting there naked for an hour in the doctor's office. But then I knew she was just lost. And so I said, look, Doc, I'm a man. You know, I was 14 years old. I'm a man. And I play football, and I'm on the wrestling team and the weightlifting team in my high school. If you have to amputate my eyelids, just do it. And so she got the picture, so she went in her office. She came back. She had a Maybelline mascara eyelash brush and a little mirror. I kind of looked at her, and I said, what's that for? And she said, well, the only thing I can figure out is your eyelashes have curled back and are tickling your eyeballs, and this is making your eyelids twitch. So what I want you to do, and she's giving me this feminine stuff, you know, she says, I want you to retrain your eyelashes with this Maybelline mascara eyelash brush. I said, wait a minute, Doc. You want me to sit on the bench? I play defense. You want me to sit on the bench when the team, you know, and you want me to do this? I said, my own team will kill me. You got to be kidding. So I put on my pants, and I leave, and I go to the school library, and I get out a health book written by 2 nurses, and I look up muscle cramps and muscle twitches. And it says calcium deficiency. So I knew when I was 14 years old the doctors didn't know anything about nutrition. And it hasn't changed, believe me. Oh, I forgot to tell you how I fixed it. I went home and I grabbed some of them calf pellets. And after eating a handful a day, in 3 days they were all gone and never came back. So if you see me with a handful of stuff bulging in my pockets, you know it's calf pellets. Then there's PMS, premenstrual syndrome. You know, the emotional and physical stuff. The medical treatment of choice for PMS is what we call a hysterical ectomy. It's been shortened to hysterectomy. That's a 100-year-old treatment. And doctors do about 285,000 unnecessary hysterical ectomies a year, but it makes Mercedes payments, so they do them. Even the AMA said they're unnecessary, but they don't take their licenses away, and people keep going to them. You imagine a poor woman in her 30s. She says, Doc, you got to do something. Every time I go out to hang up the clothes, my neighbor's kids run down the basement screaming witch. My own kids think I'm crazy. My husband's leaving me. I'm going to lose my job. You got to do something. So instead of giving her some calcium, he says, well, I'm due for a Mercedes payment, and I know I'm not supposed to do that surgery, but let me give you a hysterical ectomy, and we'll both be happy. Well, the University of California, San Diego came out 3 years ago now and said, if you just double the RDA of calcium intake, to get rid of 85% of the emotional and physical symptoms of PMS. And when that came out, there were huge lines around the health food stores around the blocks, and people had sleeping bags because they closed before they all got their calcium, and every person in line was a man. They were there for their daughters and their girlfriends and their wives and things like that. Okay, and lastly is low back pain. 85% of Americans get low back pain whether you work on a computer or you unload hay or you drive big trucks, doesn't matter. Low back is a big problem. Low back is just osteoporosis of the vertebrae, whether you have a disc problem or whatnot, because if your disc doesn't have anything to hold on to, your vertebrae have melted away, what's going to happen to the disc? Especially if you have a copper deficiency because they're made out of elastic fibers, they go like a water balloon with a lot of pressure on them. Well, I just want you to look at this quickly before we do the last mineral. Low back, you go to an orthopedic surgeon or a rheumatologist, you might get a muscle relaxant. You might get Valium and a muscle relaxant. You get a laminectomy. You get your vertebrae fused. You might get a disc operation. They don't tell you 75% of the time you'll never be the same again. Right? PMS, you go to your OBGYN. You can go to an internist. You can go to a family counselor, a shrink, or a divorce attorney. Cramps and twitches, you go to a neurologist. You go to a sports medicine doctor, an internist. Bone spurs, heel spurs, calcium deposits, you go to a rheumatologist, an orthopedic surgeon, or a podiatrist. Kidney stones, you go to a urologist or an internist or a surgeon. Insomnia, you go to a shrink or a sleep clinic or an internist. Hypertension, you go to a cardiologist, an internist, or a surgeon. Arthritis, a rheumatologist, a orthopedic surgeon or an internist. Receding gums, you go to a dentist or a periodontist. Osteoporosis, you go to all those health specialists, including a thumb salesman. For nothing more than a calcium deficiency. It costs you 10 cents a day to deal with. Now, on the average, because Americans have insurance and we have Medicare and Medicaid, we spend on the average $25,000 to $250,000, and we undergo 5 to 10 surgical procedures a year for a calcium deficiency. And we beg the doctors to do it. We beg the doctors to do it. Well, it's our choice. The last one I'll share with you is diabetes. Everybody's touched by diabetes. It's the number 3 cause of death in adults in the United States. Number 3 cause of death. And it has terrible complications and side effects, diabetes. The side effects include blindness of many kinds. Then there's a kidney failure with dialysis and kidney transplant. There's cardiovascular disease of all kinds. And, of course, that contributes to number 1 cause of death, which is the number 1 cause of death. Then there's amputations. Everybody ought to have one of those because they're totally paid for in your health thing. They assume that you're not just going to get one because you want to get everything in your health benefits. And then you shorten your life because if you have diabetes, on the average, you have a shorter lifespan than someone who doesn't have diabetes. Now, we learned in 1957 in the animal industry that we could prevent and cure diabetes with 2 trace minerals. That's a pretty profound statement. That we could prevent and cure diabetes with 2 trace minerals in 1957 in animals. It was published in Federation Proceedings, which is the official journal of the American Science, the National Institutes of Health. The official monthly journal was August 1957. Today, when your doctor gets a new diabetic patient, he drops to his knees and says, "Thank you, Lord." Then he gets up and he runs to the phone and he picks it up and he calls his real estate agent. Because every time he gets a new diabetic patient, you represent $250,000 to him over a 20, 30, 40-year period. Because he knows that eventually you're going to go through that. And so he calls his real estate agent and says, "I need a new apartment complex. I need a small farm." Or their big thing now is they all want strip malls. You have this thing, it's kind of like Monopoly, you know, they all want strip malls. Well, the 2 trace minerals that you can get to prevent and cure this are chromium and vanadium. Vanadium alone, according to the University of Vancouver, British Columbia Medical School, vanadium alone will replace insulin in adult onset diabetics, which represent 85% of all diabetics. Of course, they can't quit their insulin cold turkey. They've got to gradually wean off of it. It takes 4 to 6 months for most people to slowly wean off of insulin if they're taking in adequate amounts of chromium and vanadium. I've seen it work on hundreds and hundreds of people. Now, to me, this is criminal. Because if you write to Hills Packing Company that makes Science Diet dog food, right over here in Topeka, Kansas. I don't know if I'm pointing west, but that way, okay. They're all saying that way. Topeka, Kansas, they manufacture Science Diet dog food and other Science Diet products, high-tech food for animals. If you write them and say, how many minerals exactly is in Science Diet for Dog Food? They'll write you back and say there's 40 minerals. You write the Checkerboard Square in St. Louis, Ralston, Korea, and say, just how many minerals are in your rat pellets for laboratory rats? And they'll say there's 28 minerals. I'll give anybody in this room a crisp new $100 bill if you can find me a human infant formula in a grocery store that has more than 11. So our dogs get 40 minerals. Now, that's what Mike Murphy was saying. His dog never seems to get sick, but he's getting this canned dog food with all these vitamins and minerals in there. So our dogs get 40 minerals, our rats get 28 minerals, and our human infants get 11. Is that fair? No, that's called fraud. Doesn't matter if you're talking about SMA, Similac, Isomil, Pro Soy B. In fact, that's why they call Similac, because it lacks everything. Okay, if I've convinced you that you have to consciously take in all the minerals yourself, that you can't depend on your food, and certainly you can't depend on anything that's boxed or packaged or bottled, there's three types of minerals that you have to be concerned about. One is metallic minerals. Metallic minerals are essentially ground-up rocks. Metallic minerals are things like oyster shell, eggshell, dolomite, limestone, calcium carbonate, clays of various kinds, Mount Marulanite clay, seabed minerals. They're Tums. They're only 8 to 12% absorbable. When you reach age 35 to 40, it drops down to 3 to 5%. And I have to tell you a story here. Some of you heard this on the show today. I ran into a guy at a meeting like this up at Grand Rapids, Michigan. And this fellow owns a porta potty business. You know, that's that green or blue-colored outhouse. Man, if we'd only had one of those back when I was a kid. We had these ones with splinters, you know, in the wood. At any rate, he said, I see something that describes that in my porta potty business. I said, what's that? He says, well, when we take those things back to the shop to clean them out with a pressure hose, he says, we put a quarter-inch grid underneath them because kids throw rocks and sticks and toys in there. And if we don't put a grid there, it blocks up the sewer system. It costs us thousands of dollars to fix it. He says, every time we clean one of those out, we find hundreds of vitamin tablets. I said, well, how do you know they're vitamin tablets? He said, well, that's really easy. He says, right on the coating it says Theragram M, 1 a day Centrum. He says, come here. He takes me out in the back of the shop, and there's this literal mountain of all these vitamin pills he got out of his porta potties. And that's because you can't absorb metallic minerals. If you read the labels on those multiples, they say your iron comes in the form of iron oxide. What is iron oxide? Rust. You might as well just go out to an old railroad track and take your butter knife and scrape some of that rust off and lick it. You're going to get your iron supplement. Well, that's what they're giving you. Well, I'll show you how bad it is. If you take something like calcium lactate, which is a common metallic mineral, let's say it's a calcium tablet, calcium lactate, 1,000 milligrams. If you take 2 of those, you're not getting 2,000 milligrams of calcium. In fact, I have people all the time say, well, I took lots of calcium, Doc. I hear you on the radio talking about calcium and arthritis, and I took 2,000 milligrams of calcium a day. It didn't help my arthritis. In fact, it got worse. I said, what kind of calcium are you taking? They said calcium lactate. Well, there's your problem, because only 250 milligrams of that is metallic calcium. So let's say you absorb 10% of that. Then the other 750 milligrams is lactose or milk sugar. So 10% of 250 is 25. So if you take 2 of those tablets, you're not getting 2,000. You're getting 50 milligrams. So to get what you need to take 90 of those tablets a day. You need to take 30 with each meal, and you got 59 more minerals to go. Then there's those people who want to do things naturally. Let's see if you can do anything good with 10 pounds of spinach. Now, let's be fair. Let's see if you can get 1,000 milligrams of magnesium. And I picked magnesium because in green leafy vegetables, you have a lot of magnesium because of the chlorophyll, right? It's part of the chlorophyll molecule. And any pound of anything, you got 454 grams. In 10 pounds of spinach, you got 4,540 grams, of which most of that, 97%, is water. And let's say you have 1 gram of chlorophyll in that 10 pounds of spinach. There's 50 milligrams of magnesium. You got to divide that into the 1,000 you want. You get a factor of 20, which you multiply times the 10. You have to eat 200 pounds of spinach. You got 58 more minerals to go. Okay, so you got to be a pretty big person to accomplish all this. Even as big as I am, you can't get it done. So I prefer to supplement rather than do those things. Then, of course, during the 60s, the agricultural industry came up with chelated minerals. Chelated minerals because farmers aren't dumb enough to pay for $1 of something that goes into an animal's mouth and have 99 cents come out in the manure. So I have to really thank farmers for being that clever. And chelated minerals are just metallic minerals with an amino acid or protein or enzyme wrapped around the metal atom and increase the absorbability to 40%. Then the health food industry jumped on that right away because it was a major improvement in absorbability of minerals. The most efficient way to absorb minerals is the colloidal form. Colloidal minerals are 98% absorbable, 2.5 times more available than chelated minerals and 10 times more available than metallic minerals. And they're very interesting. They're liquid. They can only be liquid. Can't be pills, powders, or capsules. They're very small particle size. They are 7,000 times smaller than a red blood cell. And they're negatively charged. Every particle is negatively charged. Your intestinal lining is positively charged. So you actually have an electrical or magnetic gradient that concentrates these minerals around the lining of your intestine. These three things together give you the 98% absorbability. Now, plants have a very interesting part to play in colloidal minerals. Remember, we said that plants cannot create minerals. They're not in the soil. Plants can't make them. Remember that U.S. Senate Document 264 says they're not in the soil anymore. At any rate, metallic minerals are taken up by plants when they're in the soil. Plants convert them in their tissues to colloidal minerals. And this is how we store minerals in our body. This is how we use minerals in our body. This is how we transport minerals from their storage place to their site of use in the colloidal form. Well, our plants, our crops don't have much in the way of colloidal minerals in them because we don't have any metallic minerals in our soil. Is this important? Well, yeah. These long-lived cultures who live to be 120 to 140, they have certain common denominators. They all live in high mountain villages that are above 8,500 to 14,000 feet in elevation. They all have less than 2 inches of precipitation a year. They don't have any rain. They don't have any snow. They don't have any dew. Okay, very, very dry places. And guess what? They get all their drinking water and all their irrigation water for their crops from what we call glacial milk. Glaciers in every one of those communities grind up the parent rock of those mountains about 4 inches a year. There's more than 60 to 72 minerals in each one of those places. The water that comes out from underneath those glaciers is not clear like Perrier or Evian water, or Poland water, or geyser water. You take a glassful of it up and hold it up, it looks like Jersey milk. I mean, it is either yellow, white, or white-blue. It looks like milk and is called in Titicaca. See, I got to say it again. In Titicaca or Tibet, they all call it glacial milk because it looks like milk. And not only have they consumed it, drunk it, and got 8 to 12% until they were 35 to 40, and then 3 to 5% absorption for 2,500 to 5,000 years, depending on the culture. More importantly, they have irrigated with it year after year, crop after crop, generation after generation for 2,500 to 5,000 years. They have no diabetes. They have no heart disease, no high blood pressure, no arthritis, no osteoporosis, no cancer, no cataracts, no glaucoma. They have no birth defects. They have no jails full of drug addicts. They have no taxes. They have no doctors. Yet they live to be 120 to 140 without disease. Are these colloidal minerals important? You bet your life they're important. And every time you don't take them in every day, you're chopping off a few hours or a few days of your life. Okay, now most people are not going to go to Hunza or Tibet or Titicaca because we don't have 10 more kitchens there or even Saturn cars or TV changers, channel changers or electricity. They don't have insulated houses. They don't have central heating or air conditioning. But what they do have is colloidal minerals. Now, the only place you can get these in the United States is from a prehistoric valley in southern Utah that, according to geologists, 75 million years ago had 60 to 72 minerals in the walls and the floor of that valley. And those trees and the grasses in that valley and that forest took up all the metallic minerals and made colloidal minerals in their tissues. About that time, there was a volcanic eruption which entombed that valley with a thin layer of mud and ash, not thick enough or heavy enough to crush or pressurize this into oil or coal. It was very dry in here, so it never became fossilized or petrified, okay? Never became rock. Today, if you put a shaft into this valley, it's still just dried hay. I bust a lot of hay bales, so I know what hay looks like. And this stuff is just hay. It's 75-million-year-old hay, according to geologists. You can still see the grass and the leaves and the twigs and the pine cones and the bark and so forth. If you grind this plant material up into a flour, very small particle-sized flour, just like a good wheat flour, and for 3 to 4 weeks, soak it in filtered spring water. And when it reaches a specific gravity of 3.0, it's very heavy. It has 38 grams of this colloidal mineral in it per quart or liter, and by actual analysis, it has 60 colloidal minerals in it, and it works. And people were running around 12, 15 years ago saying, hey, my arthritis got better. My diabetes got better. My early cataracts went away. My white hair turned black again.
And that's it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like information on what you've been hearing tonight, please call right now, 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. If you just get a little bit of the relief that I have obtained just by listening to and following Dr. Wallach's advice, you're going to be very happy. Good night, folks, and God bless each and every single one of you.
I saw you last night and got that old feeling when you came in sight. I got that old feeling the moment that you I felt a thrill, and when you caught my eye, my heart stood still. Once again, I seemed to feel that old yearning. And I knew the spark of love was still burning. There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start for that old feeling. Is still in my
Lights out on the hour.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, all this week is Dr. Wallach week, but tonight we're going to take your calls. And we're going to start that in just a couple of minutes so I get some things fixed up here and make a few remarks. I think what you've been hearing, and I really believe this, folks, what you've been hearing for the past couple of nights is probably, as far as our health goes, the most important information that any one of us have ever heard in our lives. I think it's so important that we've devoted a whole week of this broadcast to it. And I'm working on trying to get Dr. Wallach to come on this broadcast live. And I don't know how that's going to work out or how we're going to do it. I'd like to be able to get him on the broadcast where he can answer your questions if you call in. But we're working on that. I don't know if it's going to be possible or not. I have been taking his vitamins and colloidal mineral formulas, I guess for almost about 2 weeks now. I've had, and everybody who knows me personally knows this, and they know how bad it is, I have had for many years just terrible pain in my legs. I can get up in the morning and feel fresh and full of vim and vigor, and as I go through the day, the pain starts, and then it just builds up, and it gets worse and worse and worse until late in the afternoon, early evening, I am in excruciating pain. And it's all I can do to keep anybody else from knowing about it. But eventually they do, because they see me limping or hobbling along, and occasionally I'll take a step and grimace because the pain is so great. I've also had problems with my eyes. I'm nearsighted. I've been nearsighted for most of my life, and almost fooled the Navy into thinking that I had 20/20 vision, and I was on my way to flight school at Pensacola, Florida, but a smart flight surgeon caught me, and so I didn't get into Naval Air. But I've had this problem most of my life. And a few years ago, I guess maybe about 5 years ago, I began to really start to seriously lose the sight in my right eye. And I've been to the doctor and everything like that, and they look at it and they tell me, no, there's no cataracts and there's nothing wrong with your eye that we can see. And so I was just convinced that as I get older, I'm losing my sight in my right eye. I've been taking the vitamins and the colloidal minerals, and folks, as Dr. Wallach says, you have to take these things in their proper amounts, in the proper form. Just going down to the drugstore and buying a bunch of mineral tablets and a bunch of vitamins doesn't cut the mustard, because I've been doing that for years. And I wasn't getting any better, I was getting worse. But since I've been using what Dr. Wallach recommends, the pain in my legs is going away. I'm standing up right now at the end of the day, and I've been walking all over the place today, and I don't have any pains in my legs, just a little bit of throbbing, that's all. And I imagine that if I stay on my feet later into the night, then they may begin to hurt. But this is absolutely unheard of with me. This has never happened to me before. I've never been without that pain. And it is just so joyful to be able to walk around like a normal person and not dread taking that next step. I'm also regaining the sight in my eyes, both eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not nearsighted anymore, and this has just happened in 2 weeks. And I can see that the sight in my right eye is beginning to come back. I can now read stuff written in small letters on just a sticky note from across the room. I can see clearly things across the valley that I couldn't even see without my glasses just a couple of weeks ago. And so what Dr. Wallach is telling us is true. At least with me, it's true. And you all know me well enough to know that I wouldn't be telling you this if it were not true. I'm just ecstatic. I have never felt so good since since I was a young man, to tell you the truth. It's been a long, long time. And I love it. I just absolutely love it. But the thing I love the most is the pain is gone from my legs. You just have no idea. Well, maybe some of you do, but most of you just don't have any idea what it's like to just have to exist with this excruciating pain all the time, and it just won't go away, and there's nothing you can do about it. It doesn't matter if you take aspirins or Advil or anything else. It's just always there. And and sometimes you just don't want to go on. You just don't want to take another step, and it just gets so discouraging and so overwhelming that you just don't see how in the world you could stand to get another year older. So I personally owe an awful lot to Dr. Joel Wallach for making all the information that he's made available to all of us, and making it so that we can, without, you see, if you didn't, I don't know how to explain this, folks, if you didn't listen to him, and if you didn't use the things that he recommends, you would end up spending hundreds of dollars every month, because you would have to go out of your way to find the specific vitamins and the specific minerals that are in the absolute proper form, in the right concentration of each one, and all of the trace minerals that are lacking in all of these other things. And to be able to do that, you'd have to buy just vitamin E in this particular form, or just vitamin A, just vitamin. You know how many vitamins there are? Have you got any idea? And you know, I've seen these people for years selling colloidal silver and colloidal gold, and they make all these claims that it cures everything under the sun. Remember the Dave Hinkson show? Well, I investigated them and what they were selling, and I revealed them as the biggest frauds in the world on this broadcast. And their radio show disappeared right off the air within a very short period of time after that, because people caught on to the fact that I was telling the truth, and he wasn't. They were telling you that if you took this colloidal silver, it would cure every illness and every disease known to man, and it's not true. You see, you can take all the colloidal silver you want internally, and it won't do you a bit of good, because as soon as it hits your stomach and the hydrochloric acid goes to work on it, it turns into silver chloride, and it will not help you at all. It's no longer colloidal anything. It doesn't even get into your system, and enough silver chloride will hurt you really, really bad. Colloidal silver is a wonderful topical application, folks. And it will kill germs in a topical manner. Now, if you take these minerals in their proper form, they will get into your intestines and go into your system, and they will do the right things for you. Colloidal gold, I heard those people say that would cure every form of cancer known to man, every disease, every this, every that. It would make the old young and the young old, and everything in the world. And you hear this stuff all the time. It's just touted everywhere. It's just not true, ladies and gentlemen. These things, in the proper amount, with the proper vitamins and the other minerals that make them useful, and the trace elements, and the nutritional things that you need in the right amounts and in the right form, can work wonders with the human body. I'm living proof of that, and so are many other people. But you have to be very careful who you listen to, and what you listen to, and what you put into your body, and in what amount you put it in your body. Now, what we're going to do tonight is, right after this little interlude, we're going to take your calls and see what you think about what you've been hearing for the last couple of nights. And I've got a couple of tapes here that we can play portions of, and we can talk about those. So the number is 520-333-4578, and the phones are now open. The number is 520-333-4578. 520-333-4578. I want to hear your comments tonight about what you've heard over the last 2 nights of Dr. Joel Wallach. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hey, Mr. Cooper, this is Kevin in Nevada.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I just thought I'd let you know, I tried one of his bottles of that stuff, the liquid that you drink with orange juice and stuff like that, the colloidal minerals.
Uh-huh.
I did it a couple of years ago, and I just went through one bottle, and I'm about 42, and I got some gray hair and stuff like that. And I'm not kidding, the color did change back to brown. And but
I'm looking forward to that. I haven't been taking it long enough for the hair to grow out to see if it's changing any of the color of my hair.
Right, and I didn't keep up with it. I still do my regular herbs and.
Oh, why not? You should.
I just called him here about an hour ago, and I got on the mailing list to get more information because I do want to hear more on his types of other vitamins or whatever. And I want to get more information from him. It's on its way.
Okay.
I plan on cutting out my solid pill vitamins and maybe going over more towards his, and still keep up with my herbs and stuff.
Yeah, he's right. It's got to be in liquid form. Most of these vitamins that people are taking in pill form are not the kind of vitamins that can be assimilated or used by the body. It's just the wrong form.
Right, and that's the multiple vitamin I take is the hard, just the traditional one you buy in the store. And I'm going to go ahead and so if I understand right, he does have vitamins and stuff that are more of the soft form.
Oh, he's got all kinds of stuff. Now I can't talk about that kind of stuff and what the prices are here because we're broadcasting on a nonprofit community service station.
And I just thought I'd let you know I did try that stuff once, and my color of my hair did change during that month that I was taking it, or a month and a half.
I'm curious about something. When you find something that really works, like these things do, I mean really, really work, why did you stop? I've been looking for stuff that works for years. I wouldn't stop no matter what.
Well,
I'm just curious.
It was, at the time I bought it in a health food store in Reno, and it was like $35 for the bottle for the month.
Oh, wow. Well,
but I'm going to see what, his new, or, see what his latest prices are. But, and I've no way of knowing if that's his current price or anything like that. It's just that.
All I know is that there's levels of prices. That's all I can tell you.
Right, and it's also the time also where I'm making enough money where I can afford it if it is still rather pricey. I'm not saying if it's.
Well, even if it costs you $50 for a month, what does that break down to per day for your health?
Well, my grandfather lived to 99, and we've got a lot of old timers in our family, and I expect to hit 100 no problem. And this seems like the thing to go ahead and invest in, and I'll be able to have fun when I'm 100.
Yeah, because if this really does help you, as it's helped me, and if it staves off disease and real bad problems health-wise, I would happily pay $50 a month. I would even pay $100 a month, to tell you the truth, because the illnesses, I guarantee you, are going to cost a lot more.
Right, and I've listened to a lot of these programs, from the herb people and stuff over the last 5 or 6 years.
And a lot of them are telling the truth, and they're absolutely legitimate. There are some frauds and fakes and con men out there, though.
Right, and but it makes sense, and I agree with every one of these people that says, when you're heading to the hospital, you had a good chance of dying.
Yeah, well, isn't that the truth? In fact, in the early days of the practice of medicine, that's where you went to die.
Right.
And anybody who went in there never expected to come out.
Well, I'll let you go and get some more callers, and have a nice holiday.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
You know, folks, the thing that really got my attention, I mean, it was just like somebody took a telephone pole and smacked me right upside the head. What really got my attention, folks, was the way that farmers treat animals with preventative measures so that they can make money off those animals on the farm and don't have to spend big vet bills and don't have their animals diseased and dying off and crippled or have to dispose of them because the meat can't be eaten and all of that kind of thing. And of course we know they do some other things to animals that are not healthy and not good, but they do understand a lot more about the nutritional benefits of vitamins and minerals with animals than they do with human beings. And that seems to me to be just absolutely backwards. And when I heard Dr. Wallach talking about that and how they've experimented with animals and done animal autopsies to find out, how to keep animals healthy and alive and be able to take them to market so that they can have a profitable farm, and doctors are telling human beings that minerals and vitamins are not good for you and you shouldn't take them, that blew my mind. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Jim from Virginia. I've called you before.
Jim, I need you to talk a lot louder.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say I was very lucky in that I was able to hear half your program on Dr. Wallach the first day. Yesterday I heard about 45 minutes of it. Now today you're cracking up again. So maybe in Virginia we just get a bad signal, unfortunately, because I really enjoy your show. And what I wanted to say about this Dr. Wallach, I looked him up on the internet, your show, and for people that have access to that, you get a little more information. You even get to see what he looks like, which he looks like kind of a funny-looking guy there, enjoying himself in life. But I want to say this is all very interesting. I'm going to look into it, by the way, especially for my mother, who has some ailments that's similar to what you seem to be complaining about. But I hope people don't lose sight that it's, especially on your show, it's not the length of your life, it's the quality that really counts. I mean,
oh, absolutely. I don't care how old I live, but I don't want to live that old in pain and all crippled up and laying in bed and, wishing I was dead or something.
That's right, or live to be 120 with a slave mentality.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. Not only is the health important, as you mentioned, but we also have to keep in mind and I know that you haven't lost track of that, but it is the quality too.
Yes, it is.
So
life is not very meaningful if it's not very good.
And of course, it's not very meaningful if I didn't realize you have so many illnesses. You certainly have a lot of people. I mean, at least you had me fooled. I would never have known that you suffered so.
Well, I'm not a whiner. I never have been. Never would be. And what good would it do for me to whine? Really, what good would it do?
And and again, I'm not saying that these herbs and vitamins. I'm going to actually look into it. Sometimes, and don't take this wrong, but sometimes the pains and agonies of life are what push us on. So, I mean, not that people should welcome pain, but I'm just saying that maybe those agonies in your life have been what has driven you, even though they may be just physical. I know in other great men throughout the ages that has driven them too. Now, I know I'm off the subject from Dr. Wallach.
Yeah, let's get back to it. We've only got an hour.
But I want to say, are you taking that VE Ultimate?
To tell you the truth, since I purchased it and have been taking it, I haven't even looked at the label. I don't even know what the name of it is.
Because I saw he had this VE Virgin Earth Ultimate.
That's it. That's what it is. Virgin Earth Ultimate. Yeah, that's what I'm taking.
And there's a Virgin Earth Mineral.
Yeah.
I was just curious what you took and recommended as a.
Well, that's what I'm taking right now. That's not to say that I won't, take other things, but that's what I'm taking right now, along with another product that I'm taking.
So the one you have from Wallach.
In fact, 2 more. I'm taking flaxseed oil too.
Okay, and that's all from Dr. Wallach?
No, 2 of them are. 1 of them is not.
Okay. I was just curious because it was just kind of confusing. You don't know what to take
Well, you wouldn't, know what to take until you listen to him and what he's got to say, and that's why we've been covering so much of what he has to say this week, because he tells you.
Would you recommend getting his tape then, or is that what you've been playing?
That's what we've been playing.
Okay.
In fact, we played. Yeah, that's what we played. We played Dead Doctors Don't Lie, and by golly, they don't. And starting probably either tomorrow night or Monday night. We may not do it tomorrow night because it's Thanksgiving. We'll have to see. But we're going to do one of his things tomorrow night anyway. The problem is whatever we do has to take one night, because then there's a big layover until Monday. And what I would like to do is keep it all together, because I have to split it.
Well, look, have a good Thanksgiving, and thank you for your show.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, listen to this. Listen very carefully, and as soon as it's over, then we'll go back to the phones. Let me see here. Let me turn this up here. Okay.
Hello, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, a veterinarian and physician. And today we're going to talk about osteoporosis, a disease that everybody knows about but knows little about. And the thing that most people don't know is that there's many early signs, many early manifestations, and many late-stage problems that are associated with osteoporosis. And we're going to cover these in detail. And so you're going to get educated on osteoporosis far more than medical doctors know anything about. This is the great disease. It causes more human misery and cost than any other disease in America. Let's start out with some of the early warning symptoms. Eyelid twitches, toe, foot, and leg cramps, back spasms. These are all indicators of low calcium in your blood, low blood calcium. And why would you have low blood calcium? Well, you have a low dietary calcium intake, and your body may have a hard time keeping up with the calcium need. It takes a little while for your parathyroid glands to get the calcium from your bones. And when there's a lag time there, you get eyelid twitches, toe cramps, foot cramps, leg cramps, and back spasms. Eyelid twitches in themselves are kind of interesting. Technically, they're called blepharospasm. That's kind of a sexy name. And the medical approach to blepharospasm is to surgically cut the muscles to the eyelid so it won't close. Also, they can inject botulism poison, the most potent poison on earth, into those eyelid muscles and poison them so they won't function anymore. Really, all you need is some calcium. Then there's hypercalcemia. This is where you have a high blood calcium, and this terrifies physicians normally. They will want to surgically remove your parathyroid glands. Normally, your blood calcium ranges from 8.5 to 10.5 milligrams per cent. And if it gets up to 11, 11.5 to 12, 12.5, doctors believe your parathyroid glands are overactive, and the only thing you can do is surgically remove them. They are becoming overactive, the parathyroid glands, but basically if you take in enough calcium, they'll relax, get quiet, go back to sleep, and your blood calcium will go back down to normal. Certainly, calcium supplementation is preferential to surgical amputations of the parathyroid glands. Then there's bleeding from razor nicks. You guys that have to put toilet paper on your face for an hour or so after you nick yourself, or ladies, you nick your shin shaving, and it just won't stop. Normally, blood clotting mechanism should take place within less than a minute, and it takes calcium, takes a certain amount of calcium in your blood to pull that off. And so one of the earliest symptoms of osteoporosis is a bleeding problem when you nick yourself with a razor. Then there's receding gums, gingivitis, pyorrhea, periodontitis, periodontal disease, loose teeth, bridges and plates. This is the earliest symptom of major osteoporosis, and this can happen in a 12-year-old, 20-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 50-year-old, 75 years old, doesn't matter. When you have any of these dental problems, receding gums, gingivitis, loose teeth, bridges and plates, that means that the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth have melted away. Osteoporosis is already beginning, and you'll see osteoporosis in the facial bones and the jaw bones 20 to 50 years before you can recognize osteoporosis in the larger bones of your arms, your vertebrae, your pelvis, and your large leg bones, your hips and your thigh bones, the femur. And that's because the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth are only a millimeter or so thick. And when your bones get weak in the absence of minerals, they try to, in fact, get stronger by generating connective tissue or scar tissue. This happens to every bone in the body. not at the same rate. Some bones will do this faster than others, and that's highly variable from person to person. And so you get a whole interesting set of symptoms. First of all, let's look at a common malady, tinnitus or ringing in the ears. Most doctors say they don't know what causes that. If it has some dizziness or vertigo with it, it can be called Meniere's disease. If you have real serious vertigo with tinnitus or ringing in the ears, it can be called Wallach's vertigo. It was named after me because I figured out what causes it and how to prevent it and how to reverse it. Again, when this connective tissue is generated in your bones of your skull, as the eighth cranial nerve, which is begun in your brain, goes through a little quarter-inch canal through the skull into the inner ear, your eighth cranial nerve has two branches, the auditory branch, which deals with hearing, and the vestibular branch, which deals with balance and your positioning on Earth. And if that connective tissue that's generated by your skull, when you have osteoporosis, squeezes the eighth cranial nerve, you can have one or two or a combination of those symptoms appear at the same time. And they may come and go as your calcium intake varies from week to week or day to day or month to month. And when you get the auditory branch of the eighth cranial nerve squeezed by itself, you get tinnitus or ringing in the ears. When you get the vestibular branch of the eighth cranial nerve squeezed, you get vertigo. When you get them both squeezed at the same time, you get Wallach's vertigo, which is the ringing and buzzing, roaring in the ears along with the vertigo. It has nothing to do with seasickness. It's interesting. Doctors try to give people cortisone, prednisone, and the motion sickness patches or pills. Then there's Bell's palsy. That's the seventh cranial nerve, which originates in the brain, goes through the facial nerve, through the facial bones, and comes out and innervates one side of the face. Most people will wake up and see one side of the face drooping, the eyelids, the lip, the nose, the whole cheek, and they'll think, gosh, I've had a stroke. But it's just that connective tissue squeezing the seventh cranial nerve. Then there's trigeminal neuralgia, also known as tic-de-la-rue. The individuals get a severe electrical type pain on the side of their face, their neck, behind their ear, down their neck, and over their shoulder. This is the fifth cranial nerve, or the trigeminal nerve, getting squeezed as it comes out through the skull between the ear and the mastoid bone. And then there's spinal stenosis. The spinal nerves can actually be squeezed as they come out from between the vertebrae, and the spinal cord itself can be squeezed by the connective tissue generated by the vertebrae when you have osteoporosis. All of these, of course, are reversible when you supplement properly. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then we have the well-known, of course, osteoarthritis, degenerative arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, Dowager's hump. These are nothing more than osteoporosis, and, of course, can be painful, disfiguring, but certainly nothing more than a calcium deficiency. Then there is, of course, loss of height, which goes along with osteoporosis. You see people say, yeah, I used to be 6'8", now I'm only 6'4" because I've lost 4 inches over the years. That, in fact, is because they're losing calcium into their bloodstream to maintain their blood calcium, and they're not taking in enough calcium to maintain their height, so they're just gradually losing bone mass. You can also get compression fractures, where the vertebrae themselves can compress, kind of like stepping on a beer can, when you have enough body weight to compress these low mineral vertebrae. They don't have enough mineral in them anymore. And then there's spontaneous fractures, which can be life-threatening. This is where the hip, the ball and socket joint, or the femur itself fracture, and you fall down after the fracture actually takes place, and you can have the secondary effects or the side effects of this, complications which are known as pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and stroke. All of these are related to osteoporosis, certainly not all of the features of osteoporosis, but some of the more common ones. And most of you really didn't realize that osteoporosis appeared in this many different ways. One of the things that people do is they supplement with lots of calcium, and they're very frustrated with the results. They rarely get the result they're looking for. That's because 25 to 40% of your bone weight is pure collagen or gelatin. And without supplementing collagen, glucosamine sulfate, and chondroitin sulfate, guess what? You're not going to retain much or any of that calcium that you supplement with. And so we came up with what we call Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. And Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula has not only colloidal and chelated and elemental calcium in it. It has the collagen, glucosamine sulfate, chondroitin sulfate, the basic building blocks for your bone itself. It also has all 60 essential minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and the 3 essential fatty acids. And we're going to be right back after these messages.
And what do you think about that? Are you really listening, folks? 520-333-4578 is the number. 520-333-4578. You see, a doctor tells you to take calcium. He doesn't tell you about these other things that you've got to take in order for the calcium to work. And he doesn't tell you that if you don't take those other things, the calcium won't stay in the bones. It'll just pass right through the body, and you might absorb a little bit of it, but not what you need. Isn't that incredible? I find it absolutely incredible, and I want to know, why aren't the doctors telling us these things? They know more. They know more about the nutritional needs of pigs than they do human beings. It makes you think, hey, maybe I should be going to a veterinarian instead of a medical doctor. 520-333-4578. Oh, and by the way, if you'd like to call and get information on Dr. Wallach or about his recommendations on how you can improve your personal health, call 1-888-403-2405. That's 888-403-2405. One more time, write it down. 1-888-403-2405. Call now. You'll be amazed at how much better your health can be, folks, than it is right now. And I ain't just whistling Dixie. This is just absolutely amazing.
You haven't a clue what to do when you cross your falling.
Desire keep fingers up and down my spine. Same old witch path when your eyes read mine. Touch him on tingle that I feel inside. Then that elevator starts to slide. Down and down I go. All around I go. Like a leaf at the other side. I could stay away, but what could I do? I hear a name. I'm a flame. A flame with sunshine burning desire.
The number, folks, is 520-333-4578. Phones are open. That's 520-333-4578.
All around I go. In a ten, love that ten that I meant out of that old black bag they call love.
You don't hear music like that on radio anymore. This is the best, folks. I don't know if you've been listening as we close out the broadcast for the last couple of nights. And we're going to do it again tonight because I just absolutely love that. It's called That Old Feeling. And you're going to hear it again tonight. Number's 520-333-4578. I'm interested in hearing what you think about what you've been learning over the last couple of broadcasts of the Hour of the Time. I think it's just astounding what they have learned about farm animals, zoo animals, wild animals, horses, cows, pigs, sheep, that keep them from becoming diseased, and it's just nutrition, folks. And we're told, you know, the human being is an animal. We're told by our doctors that vitamins are bad for you, that you don't need mineral supplements, that if you eat certain portions of the 4 different food groups, that you're going to get everything that your body needs. And it just isn't true. We know, we've known for a long time, since 1936, that most of the arable farmland in this country has been absolutely, completely depleted of its mineral content. That's from raising crops in the same ground all the time and never putting anything back. And phosphorus and nitrates and things like that, potassium, that's commercial fertilizer. Phosphorus, potassium, and nitrate. And that's it. That's what they put into the ground, and they put it in chemical form, and they raise vegetables, and that's supposed to make us healthy, but it doesn't. Well, I don't know what the problem here is. Let me make sure that this is working. It is. The phone's working, folks. You all heard the dial tone. If you're trying to call and you can't get through, call the operator and ask her why. Ask her why you can't get through. I've never opened the phones on this broadcast that we didn't have an overwhelming telephone response. Never. In the history of this broadcast, whenever it's happened, there's always been something wrong with the telephone line somewhere, and I don't understand. But anyway, we got one now. Good evening. You're on the air.
Well, hi. How are you? This is Patty.
I'm fine.
We listened to the guy. What we could hear. We don't get you very well here in Texas.
Oh, Patty, I know who you are now.
We listened until we couldn't stand it anymore and turned it off because it was crackling and horrible. So we're going to order the tapes so we can listen to him. And Jack and I both agree.
I need you to talk louder, Patty.
Sounds like the way I'm sick, so I can't talk much louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need Dr. Wallach, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. I forgot to tell everybody. You can order the tapes of the broadcast of the hour of the time. And you know what we're going to do? I'll tell you what we'll do for everybody out there. We'll make all 4 tapes of this week available for $16. How's that sound?
That's pretty good.
And, that just goes to, the only reason we do that is just helps pay bills around the studio and stuff.
Okay. That sounds great. Yeah, we both agree that's the way to go on the minerals and the colloidal stuff. I went and looked at his website. He's got a great website.
Well, good. Patty, do you find it absolutely amazing that farmers treat their animals better than doctors treat human beings?
No, I don't think it's amazing because I treat my animals better than I get treated.
Well, I'm going to have to talk to Jack about that. He'll tell him he's going to get a phone call from me.
Oh, okay. He's going to get a phone call. They get vitamins and minerals and they get treated pretty good around here. They eat our rocks.
They eat your rocks.
We have iron ore, and the horses will start eating the iron ore rocks, and that tells us they need minerals.
That's right. Dr. Wallach talked about that he talks about it on one of these tapes.
Hey, and the dogs will go out and eat oats.
Oats?
Oats.
Wow.
Oats growing up. They go find all the oats that are coming up, and they go after them like crazy.
Yeah. Well, you've seen Crusher.
Huh?
Have you seen Crusher?
I haven't seen Crusher in a while.
You did see him, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. He goes out and plays with huge rocks, and every once in a while he'll try to pick one up with his teeth, and I've got to stop him because I'm afraid he'll break a tooth. But he's trying to carry it, He's playing with it. He wants to throw it up in the air and bounce it around and stuff.
Well, we now have 2 Belgian Treverins. Remember the one I got?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now we have 2.
Wow.
So.
Those are beautiful dogs, Patty.
Oh, they are. They're if Gracie doesn't kill me before she gets grown. But,
they're big too, huh?
They're big and powerful. She can pull about 600 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, just rolling weight, she can pull it. She pulls me all over the place. Pulled me into a tree. So they're great dogs. Good watchdogs.
Uh-huh.
But we like the show. Sorry we couldn't hear all of it. We had to turn it off, but we listen until our nerves go nuts with all the static and the crackling, and then we turn it off.
Well, sometimes that's the nature of shortwave. It's a participatory or something like that sport. And I used to sit out in the backyard and put my leg up in the air and hold the antenna with my ear. And
we've done that.
scratch my left elbow, and believe it or not, reception would get better.
Sometimes it gets better, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
We have a hard time here sometimes, but we wanted to call and tell you that we were listening.
Well, thank you.
And we really agree with it. We're probably going to go ahead and get some. And Jack just asked if you got a video and some tapes he sent you a while back.
He'd have to remind me what it. Have him call me.
Have him call you? Okay.
Yeah.
And then happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, you too, and everybody out there listening. Happy Thanksgiving. We wish you the most wonderful Thanksgiving that you could possibly imagine.
Well,
and you go get well.
Oh yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
I take vacation and get sick.
Well, that's not good.
That's basically what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
So, y'all have a nice Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Patty.
Bye-bye.
Good night, and get well. 520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hey, how are you, Bill?
Good.
Hey, I've been listening to you for a few years.
In fact, I'm fantastic. I'm better than I've been in a long time.
Hey, glad to hear that. I used to be a distributor for, I think they call it toddy.
You're talking about mineral toddy.
Mineral toddy.
You know something? About 2 years ago, a friend of mine who lives in Los Angeles sent me a bottle of that. And I started taking it, and I felt better.
Right.
And same thing happened with my eyes. My vision started coming back a little bit. But that's all that happened. It didn't go very far. And then all of a sudden, I had 2 more bottles, and then I got another one, and it had been diluted by about 1/4. It was no longer the thick, full of mineral thing that I was getting.
Right.
It turned into just a little bit of brownish tinted water, and so I stopped taking it because it didn't do anything. I started getting worse again. But what I'm taking now is it's sort of like drinking not thick mud, but mud.
Right.
If you know what I mean. I mean, it's full of what it says it's full of.
Yeah, I think it's what they call it the ultra toddy.
I haven't seen that.
Okay.
Is that Dr. Wallach's?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the mineral toddy that somebody else makes. That's the only toddy I've ever heard of.
No, he was the distributor of the toddy. But I'll tell you another thing that's really important for people to know, and a lot of people who homeschool, is to teach their children about their body and stuff.
You're right. Absolutely right.
Right. That should be one of the first things you learn is about yourself. And the intestines and basically how it works, because every disease that's created, or we call it disease, is done by what you put in your body.
Well, you said it when you said dis-ease.
Right.
Your body is out of whack.
Correct.
There's something missing, and it can't get out of whack if it's properly taken care of.
Without a doubt.
What did you think about the toddy? That you said you were a distributor?
Yes. I only did it. I'm not a salesperson, so I got the distributorship for myself and my family.
Well, that's what I recommend, because if you don't, you pay the retail prices and they're out of sight.
Right.
And they have to be out of sight, because you have to understand, to make this concoction of colloidal minerals, you have to have just tons of this of the stuff that it comes from. I mean, it's an expensive process to get the proper minerals and vitamins and manufacture them in the right amounts, or get them in the right amounts. The best ones you don't manufacture, you obtain through a natural process from plants mainly. And since plants today don't have those things because the soil's been depleted, then they have to get them from prehistoric plants when they can find them still in the ground.
Right. Well, I suggest most people start getting a little victory garden going and learn how to organically grow their food and put some of the supplements or put some of the minerals back in that soil.
Well, we're going to talk about that on this broadcast. We're going to be devoting more time to health and less time to people who don't appreciate what we've been trying to do.
Right. Well, that's good. That's one of the things we need. I think that's one of the problems that we have in this country, where you say that the sheeple, they're kind of out of touch and out of tune with what's really going on.
Yeah.
Because their body is so out Their neurotransmitters are not firing properly.
Their brain doesn't work.
Right. So I think once we can start getting healthy again, a lot of the things that you say, people will hear.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're right, my friend, because we're going to try that. We're going to try getting people healthy so that they can understand what it is we're talking about.
That's the only way to go.
Thanks for calling.
All right.
Really appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
If you'd like to find out about Dr. Wallach, more about Dr. Wallach and the recommendations that he makes that can help improve your own personal health, call 888-403-2405 right now. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill. It's Darlene.
Hi, Darlene. How are you?
I'm doing fine. You know, not only your physical health has improved, but your mental state has improved drastically.
Really?
Yes, you sound a lot better this past 2 weeks.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But, you know, I really think that people in a whole generally realize that we're missing something.
Uh-huh.
I mean, medical doctors just aren't cutting it.
No, they're not.
No, and I mean...
They're cutting it. They're cutting it off and throwing it away, and we're all dying.
Oh, yeah. And it doesn't matter what we try or how much we try. We don't get the right information. If we try to take vitamins, if you go to the drugstore or something, you'll see rows and rows. I mean, it's a multi-million-dollar business.
Yeah, how do you know which one to buy?
Right.
Most people buy the cheapest one.
Yeah, or in what, I mean, how many milligrams are you supposed to take of this, and what is this supposed to do for you? And if I have this illness, what's good for it?
Yeah, but you know what's even more important than that?
What?
It can be the greatest vitamin that God ever made. If it's in the wrong form, and it doesn't matter how much money you pay for it, or how inexpensive it is, or what color of the bottle it comes in, it will not be absorbed by the body and won't do you any good.
No. And you can take it by the handful. And if it doesn't do you any good, then pretty soon you give up.
Yeah.
But I have noticed that a lot of people, if their physical condition is bad, their mental condition is bad.
Well, that's for sure.
And it works hand in hand. And if you can bring someone's physical condition, if you can improve it, you improve a person's mental condition.
Yeah.
And that's only logical.
Well, I'll tell you, the way I was walking around with the pain in my legs, I'm telling you, I was just uptight and you know, at this time of night when I do my broadcast is when my legs always hurt the most.
Well, you know, if you feel bad, nothing around you's going good. I don't care how hard you try. If you feel bad, nothing works.
Well, to an extent, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it sounds like this stuff has really done you wonders.
Oh, it has.
I was going to ask you, how big of a jug does this come in? Gallon or a quart or?
No, I think it's more than a quart. I believe it's more than a quart. It's a big bottle. It looks bigger than a quart milk bottle, but it's not a gallon or a half a gallon.
And how often do you have to take it?
Every day.
I mean, how many times a day?
Well, they say you take 1 ounce per 100 pounds of body weight, but, you know, I never do that. I always try things out in small amounts just in case I'm getting taken for a ride and it's really going to do me some harm. So I started out with just 1 ounce a day. You know me, I'm big. I'm a big man. And now I'm taking 2 ounces a day. And I just feel absolutely wonderful.
Well, that is great. I know I called the number, and I haven't been able to make it down there, but I'm going to go down and see the guy in person.
Okay.
And but it's just been Thanksgiving week, and nothing's gone right for me either. So, but I'm really enjoying the fella, the doctor, and what he has to say, and it really makes a lot of sense.
Great.
It is so logical that it is almost comical because we're
it is. How come they can cure arthritis in pigs, but they can't cure arthritis in humans? I mean, come on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's so logical, and where he comes from is so logical.
Not only that, if he was lying about all this, and he's been doing this for many years, and they have attacked him and tried to put him away, the American Medical Association and prominent medical people have attacked him, and in every instance he's come out on top. He's proven them wrong, and they haven't been able to do a thing to him.
Well, anytime you find something that works, you better believe somebody's not going to want it on the market.
Oh, of course not.
And it's been
And he can prove every word that he says. I took him to task. I looked up the things that he quoted, and it's easy to do. You know my research capability. And so it was very easy to determine whether he was really quoting real statistics and real studies or if he was tossing out a bunch of BS. Well, he was quoting real statistics, real studies, real facts. It's amazing. Why hasn't somebody else come out and told us this before?
Well, because it's going to hit somebody's pocketbook.
Yeah, but in any population, there's got to be at least one honest person. I don't care if it's doctors or mechanics or what. There's got to be one honest person somewhere.
Well, it sounds like we've found a couple of them, and you and him. So I'm definitely going to try it, and I'm going to give it to my family.
Great.
So I'm really enjoying your shows, and I hope to hear more of them. And I'm going to go so somebody else can talk.
Okay. Thanks, Darlene.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
520-333-4578 is the number. Good evening. You're on the air.
Oh, how you doing there, Bill? This is Clifton.
Hi, Clifton. I need you to talk a lot louder if you can, please.
Okay, I haven't spoken to you in about 2 years since you was on WWCR.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know you were on the air until last Tuesday. I called you back and I heard you on Butch Paul's show.
Well, a lot of people are just finding out that we're on WBCQ and what the frequency is and what the time is. And we're getting our old 10 million audience back.
I'm sorry. I mean, are your shows Monday through Friday?
No, it's Monday through Thursday.
It airs just 1 hour, right?
Yeah, just 1 hour.
Okay. How's everybody doing? How's Pooh doing? I haven't heard anything about it in 2 years. You have to be a big girl now, right?
Oh, she's doing great. She's doing fantastic. She can she can do a lot of things. Well, if you just keep listening, you'll hear her because she helps us out in the studio and on the air quite a bit now.
That's great. Let me ask you, what do you think about the types of water between well water and distilled water? Do you have any preference in that regard?
I would never drink distilled water, and that has nothing to do with Dr. Wallach or anybody else. I learned that a long time ago. Distilled water is completely stripped of everything that the body needs that you should be getting from water. The best water is the water that comes right out of the ground, up in high altitude mountains, from mountain springs. We've got one up here that's about maybe a 20-25 minute drive from where I live, and there's the Apache Nation has stuck a pipe in the ground, built a spring box, and there's a spring that just comes out of this pipe 24 hours a day, and anybody can go up there and get water if they want to, and it's right in the middle of a national forest and right in the middle of the Apache forest. And
you hear a lot of talk about sodium in the water. Do you think that makes a difference, the sodium intake?
Well, it depends on what kind of sodium you're talking about. Sodium chlorides?
I don't mean salt, the amount of salt intake that means.
No.
I didn't catch that part of it.
Well, according to Dr. Wallach, you can have as much salt as you want.
Oh. Well, I tell you what, I haven't heard you in 2 years. Could you bear with me for about 5 seconds? What do you think about this impeachment thing? I know you're not...
Well, that's not tonight's subject.
Okay.
Got to stay on subject.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll keep listening.
Okay.
Take care now.
Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. We're coming up almost to the end of the hour. Take probably one more call, and then we got to shuffle off to where. Pooh and I are going to cook the turkey tonight. We're going to put it in the oven at 200 degrees all night long. We're going to stuff that bird, and tomorrow we're just going to eat all day. And according to Dr. Wallach, it's okay to do that. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
Dolly from Illinois.
Hi.
Dr. Wallach is exactly right. We had some in the family that was in the medical profession, and we asked them how long they studied nutrition. They said that they had a 4-hour class over the 4-year period.
4 years?
Yeah.
It takes somebody about 15 to 17 years to become a medical doctor.
Right. And they haven't had any. They have no clue of what the nutrition is.
So they had 4 hours in all those years of study of nutrition.
There was another doctor that was on a AM station. We called and asked him that too. He said the same thing. They don't know, and if you did the research, you would know part of population control would be for the genocide. Well, what better way for the genocide?
Yeah, well, they do have a population policy, and the policy is to shrink the population.
Right.
And there's no doubt about that. In fact, I'm convinced that a lot of the uteruses that have been removed from women in hysterectomies over the years were completely healthy and didn't need to be removed at all.
Yeah, what they're doing is all unnecessary, and it's to commit the genocide, I believe.
Well, I think genocide is too strong a word. They're not trying to wipe out a people. They're trying to reduce the population.
Yeah.
In the process, I think there are some people who would like to wipe out some specific ethnic groups, and those are the real tyrants, the bad, evil people.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
We take another product by another doctor who was on shortwave. I don't know if you want me to mention the name, but it is the minerals like you're talking about, and it's called Liquid Life, and we have been taking that for over a year, and we feel great. In fact, we had one in the family that had cancer, and she just got a clean bill of health.
Wow. Well, that's great, Any way that you can improve your health, if it's the proper way with the proper minerals and the proper vitamins and the proper nutrition and
grow your own food if you can, and
yes.
keep it organic. Or
but remember, just because you're growing it doesn't mean that the soil's any better than it was.
Right. Well, we try and do the different minerals and vitamins back into it.
Okay, guess what? We're out of time, and I hate to cut you off, but I have to. We got to go. You too. Happy Thanksgiving. And for all of you out there listening, we wish you the most wonderful Thanksgiving that you could possibly imagine, and we hope that you spend it with your family and really have a good time. And don't forget to thank the good Lord for all of the good things that He has given us. Good night, folks, and God bless each and every single one of you. Don't forget to call 1-888-403-2405.
I saw you last night and got that old feeling when you came in sight. I got that old feeling. The moment that you danced by, I felt a thrill.
One more time, folks. Make sure you call. That's 1-888-403-2405. 1-888-403-2405.
Once again, I seem to feel that old yearning, and I knew the spark of love was still burning. There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start for that old feeling. It's still in my There'll be no new romance for me. It's foolish to start for that old feeling. Is still in my heart.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, we've got a bad case of the incredible shrinking layoff. Last night, before I did the broadcast, it was reported on the Communist News Network, CNN, that Boeing was getting ready to lay off 48,000 workers. After the broadcast, I went up to check the news a couple of hours later before I went to bed, and they had a spokesperson from Boeing Corporation on CNN, and he said, quote, "We regret that we have to lay off 38,000 personnel in the coming weeks," end quote. This morning, I read a Reuters dispatch. Reuters is a wire service, a news service. I read a Reuters dispatch that claims that Boeing is now getting ready to lay off 20,000 workers. So the spin mechanism and the control has begun. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, I called Boeing today, and I wormed it out of them. Over the next few weeks, actually 2 or 3 months, they're going to lay off 48,000 persons, exactly as they said, as they first reported on CNN last night before the broadcast. I also found out that that's not all. You see, they have to stop production on a lot of aircraft, which means they are canceling contracts. Do you know what that means? That means that a lot of other people that are not included in this 48,000 are going to be out of work. People who work for small companies or other corporations that manufacture and furnish parts for these airplanes that Boeing is assembling. They're called contract jobs. And those are going to be eliminated also. This is incredible. And you should have seen my email this morning. I got some most vicious email all saying that I'm wrong, there's not going to be any layoffs, and the economy is wonderful, and it doesn't matter what happens in Asia, it's not going to affect us, and I'm a Looney Tune. I got some really nasty ones, too, that I couldn't even begin to even read the first 2 words over the air. How terrible these people are going to feel when they find out that I'm not wrong at all. In fact, it's already begun. Apparently, they don't look at the news. And, well, maybe a lot of people don't look at the news anymore. And tell you the truth, I can't say that I would blame them because the news is very discouraging these days. It's just scandal and dirt and catastrophe and murder and everything right after another. And so if I didn't have to look at it because of what I do, I probably wouldn't be listening to it either. So that's where that lies. Tonight, folks, get out your pen and paper. I'm going to take you on another little ride here, and you're going to hear some astounding things. So make sure you're taking notes. And after a while, we'll open the phones and take your calls. So don't go away. Make sure that you use this time. This is one reason why I do it. Another reason is to get you in the frame of mind for whatever comes next, or to lend a thread, musical thread, to whatever the topic is on the broadcast. So use this time to get your pen and paper and get comfortable and get you something to drink, whatever it is that you like. For instance, I'm having some of Annie's fantastic jasmine tea with pure unprocessed honey in it. That's the kind that still has the wax and the little funny-looking things and the sometimes undigested pollen from the bees. And, oh, is that good?
I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. The name of the place, I like it like that. They got a little place across the track. The name of the place is I like it like that. Now you said Sally, and I said Sue, and we're gonna rock away all out of blue. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. The name of the place is I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. I want to show you. Come on, let me show you where it's at. The name of the place, I like it like that. Now the last time I was down there, I lost my shoes. They had some cats shouting the blues. The people were yelling out for more, and all they were saying was go, man, go, come on. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. The name of the place, I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on. The name of the place is I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Come on.
The average doctor has a malignant, dumb belief that you can get everything you need from your 4 food groups. Of course, we know that's impossible. You can't get everything you need from your 4 food groups. Plants, grains, vegetables, fruits, and nuts can make and do make vitamins, vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin D, vitamin K. But plants cannot make minerals, and so it's worse than a crapshoot. If you think you can get everything you need from your 4 food groups, you're throwing away 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years of your life unnecessarily. That's why doctors live to be 58 to 62 on the average, depending on whose research you look at. And so just simply by supplementing with all 90 essential nutrients, making sure you take in those 60 essential minerals, you will guarantee an extra 20, 30, 40 years to your life. Let's go back to our callers here. Let's go to Randy in Normal, Illinois. Hello, Randy. You're on the air.
Hello, Don. I just wanted to say I appreciate your radio program and all that you're doing.
Thank you.
It's really helped us.
What's up with Randy?
Okay, my family has a history of heart disease.
Okay.
Do you really think it does any good taking aspirin every day?
Okay, that's a great question, Randy, because people ask me that all the time, and doctors tell people to take aspirin all the time to prevent blood clots. You have to appreciate that cardiovascular disease is not a single disease. It's actually a complex of many different diseases. For instance, varicose veins, spider veins, and aneurysms are related. They're actually due to a breakdown of the elastic fibers in veins and arteries as a result of a copper deficiency. When you get arteriosclerosis, you get hardening of the arteries. It's actually due to a magnesium deficiency. You get what's called malignant calcification. You get calcification of the small and medium-sized arteries, such as the coronary artery, the middle cerebral artery, and the basal artery of the brain. The renal artery is another one that's about the same size. Also, the carotid arteries of the head. And this is due to a magnesium deficiency. And when you have blood clots, this can be due to a deficiency of the essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, and the aspirin is actually supposed to take the place of the omega-3s in preventing this blood clotting. And so my way of looking at it is, Randy, to take all 90 essential nutrients. I keep harping on that. It's so important to maintain and repair our bodies. Taking all 90 essential nutrients, which would include the essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, and that will prevent the stickiness of your platelets and prevent the blood clots that your doctor may have suggested taking the aspirin for. Remember, taking the aspirin is not going to prevent arteriosclerosis, is not going to prevent aneurysms, and it certainly won't prevent what's called cardiomyopathy, heart disease, which is really the only true disease of the heart and muscle, and that is caused by a deficiency of the trace mineral selenium. So I would say that vitamins and minerals and essential fatty acids are even much more important than aspirin.
Okay. All right, well, great.
Okay, what kind of work do you do, Randy?
Well, I work in a steel factory.
Mm-hmm.
And,
so you get plenty of exercise.
Yes.
Okay, you don't have to worry about that part. Do you take any kind of fluid? I mean, you must sweat when you work in a steel factory.
I drink a lot of water.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'd really recommend you try taking one of these mineral and electrolyte supplements and drinking that instead of water, because when you sweat, you're sweating out the selenium, the magnesium, and the copper that you really need to prevent heart and vascular disease. And so you do want to replace it when you have a job where you sweat a lot. That's very important.
Okay.
Okay.
And what is there any particular product?
Well, yeah, just generally, I keep going back to that pig arthritis formula because it's convenient and it's economical. It gives you 87 of the 90 essential nutrients. You add to it the flaxseed oil capsules, 3 of those with each meal. That's going to give you the essential fatty acids, and you can give up taking the aspirin.
Okay, so I can water that down and just drink that through the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, great.
Have a great one, and then keep in touch, Randy. Give us a call every once in a while. Let us know how you're doing.
All right, I will. Thank you very much.
You bet. Bye-bye, Randy. Okay, let's come back with Bob. Bob from Flint, Michigan. Hello.
Hi, doctor. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. What's up?
I have a similar problem to the last caller. My cholesterol is high. It's been high for several years. I'm 54 years old, and I don't feel bad, but the doctor this year in the last physical has put me on medication, and I'd like to do it naturally if I could.
Sure. Well, do you know how high your cholesterol was?
It's been for 10 years, probably 270, 280.
Okay, well, that's not too scary to me. The normal range for human beings is 220 to 270, and you're right at the upper end of normal. And that's about where Eskimos range. They range from about 250 to 300, and they're legendary for not getting cardiovascular disease. And above the Arctic Circle, 98% of the Eskimo diet is red meat and blubber. Whale meat, whale blubber, walrus meat, walrus blubber, seal meat, seal blubber, bear meat, bear fat. And they don't have to worry about their cholesterol. What gives? Well, that's because they eat the stomach contents of the animals they kill, and they get their chromium and vanadium, and they get their copper and their magnesium and their selenium from the stomach contents, the krill and the algae that these animals eat. And they also eat salmon every day, either fresh or dried or smoked or salted. And this gives them the omega-3s, all of which keep their blood cholesterols down below 300 and prevents all this cardiovascular disease. And so my personal credo is a day without a hamburger is like a day without sunshine. Don't be scared about eating a quarter pounder a day or 2 eggs for breakfast every day. Salt your food to taste. Enjoy yourself like a real American should. And don't worry about your cholesterol. It's at the high end of normal. It just means you're sexier. It kind of leaves you speechless, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they've got me on, am I allowed to say the medication?
Well, sure. What do you got, son?
Lipitor, and I've only taken a half of a tablet because one of them really kind of zonked me out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to have the liver checked pretty regularly, too, to make sure I don't have damage there.
Yeah, well, that's one of the bad things about most of these cholesterol-reducing drugs is they cause either liver damage or blindness or both. And that's why they had to come in for a blood enzyme check and want to look in your eyes. And so any time a drug is going to cause some life-threatening problem or have you lose any feature like hearing or vision, you want to get off of it as quickly as possible. And certainly your blood cholesterol of 270 to 280 is not at a life-threatening level. If it was 1,200, I'd be a little more concerned. But again, the pig arthritis formula, twice a day for 90 days, cut it back to once a day for maintenance, and then enjoy life. Don't worry about it. There's never been a single study which shows that restricting salt prevents hypertension or high blood pressure. There's never been a single study which shows that eating eggs or cholesterol causes plugged arteries. It's just not so. And so relax, enjoy yourself, and don't be paranoid about your blood cholesterol.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hey, you bet, Bob. You bet. All right. Yes. doctors, I have to tell you, doctors actually earned $117 billion just from cholesterol testing alone, and it didn't add 10 seconds to longevity. We're getting some faxes here. People want to know what that pig arthritis formula is. So let me just quickly tell you what the pig arthritis formula is. It goes like this. It's one of my legendary formulas. Veterinary formulas are designed to prevent and cure diseases in animals without drugs. And it goes like this. 5 ounces of calcium-enriched Minute Maid orange juice. Calcium-free. Minute Maid doesn't charge you for it. A half ounce of the bulk powder or 6 to 12 capsules of the ultimate glucogel. That's for the chondroitin sulfate, collagen, and glucosamine sulfate, which are the basic building blocks for the bone matrix, the cartilage, the ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, and bone. 1 ounce of the colloidal minerals, which is plant-derived colloidal minerals, 98% available and contains all 60 essential minerals. And then lastly and fourthly, 1 ounce of a liquid multiple containing 112 nutrients. You mix these 4 basic ingredients together, you get 7.5 ounces of mix, known as Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. You want to take it faithfully twice a day for 90 days, and then you can cut it to once a day for maintenance. I do get a lot of people say, well, Doc, how do I know I'm absorbing it? Well, normal human urine is clear or barely an amber color. If you're absorbing the pig arthritis formula, within 2 hours or 3 hours of consuming a dose of the pig arthritis formula, your urine is going to turn a fluorescent yellow. You know that you're absorbing it. So open your eyes and look before you flush the toilet. You'll know that it's working for you. How do you know that it is working for you? Well, make a list of all your health challenges. A neck that sounds like a bag full of gravel, loose teeth, receding gums, white, gray, or silver hair, liver spots, low back problems, high blood pressure, low blood sugar, diabetes. And then every 2 weeks go through this list and see if any of them are getting better. And it's not unusual in 60 to 90 days to begin to see a trend. You'll actually see many of these getting better. You can recognize it. And when they're getting better, you know that it's working for you. And don't forget that you heard it right here with Dr. Joel Wallach. And we're going to be back with some more callers after these messages.
Well, how do you like that, folks? That open your eyes a little bit. If you'd like to have more information about Dr. Wallach and his recommendations on how you can improve your own personal health, call 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. And when you call, folks, the people there are just going to take your name, address, and phone number. So if you don't want to give any of those things, don't call. They can't give you advice. They're not there to talk about your health problems. They're there to take your name, address, and phone number so that you can get a big packet of information. And all of you, even those who called last night, your packets are on the way. I have streamlined this, so if you call tonight, your packet will be in the mail tomorrow morning. And you'll be getting it in just a few days. Some of you may get yours tomorrow if you live in Arizona. I don't know, but it's possible. Excuse me. Get some strange calls, too. I was told that one young fella called in last night and wouldn't give any information and wanted to know if the FBI was listening. Well, I got to tell you, young fella, if the FBI was listening, he knows who you are, because if they're listening, they also know what your phone number is. And if you're so concerned about the FBI, they're probably looking for you right now to find out what it was you were afraid of. But no, they're not listening. They don't care about whether or not you are interested in Dr. Wallach's nutritional health products, and never will be. They've got more important things to deal with, like me. And I'm not at that phone number. And I don't have anything to do with that phone number, to tell you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. So call 1-888-403-2405. Now, later on when we take your calls, we're going to be answering your questions, and I'm going to try to answer them as honestly as I can about Dr. Wallach's nutritional, mineral and vitamin products and other things here. So that you can get some idea of what we're talking about here. Now, the reason I'm so enthused about this, ladies and gentlemen, is I've been taking it for a while. And as with anything that I ever do, I am always skeptical. You know me. I don't believe what anybody tells me, unless they can prove it. And they couldn't prove what they were telling me. All they did was cite statistics and things that I could look up, and I could determine that Dr. Wallach was telling the truth about what nutritional deficiencies will cause what diseases and what kind of symptoms you'll have, and if you're suffering a lack of copper in your body, your hair will turn white, and all of these kinds of things, and everything that I checked that he said was true. And so I began to take the product. In fact, the one I'm taking is the pig arthritis formula. That's a heck of a name, isn't it? I really don't like that name, but the reason it's called the pig arthritis formula is because that's what they give to pigs on the farm to make sure pigs never get arthritis, so that the farmer doesn't suffer a loss of his. They don't give him, the pigs, these particular products, which are manufactured and made for human consumption, but they give the pigs the exact same things that are in these to keep pigs from developing arthritis, and if they have arthritis, to make it go away. And that's the most amazing thing about this. I've talked to people who live here, right here, in this valley where I live, ladies and gentlemen, who have been taking this for quite some time, about a year, as a matter of fact, and had really bad arthritis to the point where they were literally crippled, couldn't get around, couldn't do certain things with their fingers and hands, and now they're not anymore. And that's very easy to check because you just go ask their neighbor if they're telling you the truth. And when the neighbor tells you, yeah, it's the damnedest thing I ever saw, I don't know what happened, but he's okay now. People who were diabetics, who used to take insulin all the time, had to take it. If they didn't take it, they could go into a very bad state and end up in the hospital. Seriously in the hospital, in the critical care ward. And they're not taking insulin anymore. Now, I'm not going to tell you that this is going to be the same thing that's going to happen to you, because I don't know what's going to happen to you. I didn't know what was going to happen to me when I started taking this. Now, my hair's been turning white around the edges for quite some time now, and I haven't been taking it long enough to see if it really makes the white hair go away, and if I'm going to get my old, beautiful, curly black locks back. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm watching to see if it will. I can tell you this. I knew that if these products were any good, they were going to help my eyesight, because I don't know, about 2 or 3 years ago, I started taking what was called mineral toddy. It was made by some other company. And it was real thick and brown and tasted terrible. But a good friend of mine, Bart in California, who helped us, by the way, begin Veritas newspaper. If it wasn't for him, there would never have been one, him and Mike and Sharon. But he sent me this stuff because he knew that my health was bad. And he knew that I had these terrible pains in my legs. He knew my eyesight was failing. He knew a lot of things were going on. And so did a lot of my friends. And they were all sending me stuff. And I would try them. And I tried the mineral toddy that Bart sent me. And my eyesight started getting better. Now, nothing else got better, but my eyesight started getting better. So I knew just from that I had some kind of a mineral deficiency. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know why my eyesight was getting better. But it really didn't do much else for me. And the next time when I ordered some for myself, and when it came in, it had been cut. It was no longer the thick, brown, gooey, bad-tasting stuff that Bart had sent me. It was like water with a drop of brown food coloring in it. So I took it anyway. But what happened was I got a bad case of diarrhea, and my eyesight started getting worse again. Didn't continue to get better, and it didn't stay like with the improvement. So I just stopped taking it altogether. And my health has been deteriorating for a long time. I deal with some just the subjects that I deal with, the research that I do is enough to, if there's such a thing as your mind affects your body, it's reading about all these terrible things and dealing with all these terrible things. I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but over the past few years, my health has just been getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm sure it has everything in the world to do with nutrition, especially knowing that our soil has been depleted of minerals, and the United States government knew this as far back as 1936, and printed it in a United States Senate report that was read before the Senate in an investigation of our agricultural capabilities, and a lot of other things. We all know what's been happening to our food. We all know what people are putting in it and how screwed up it is. And I look back at my great-grandmother and great-grandfather. They lived on a farm in Oklahoma that they staked out in the opening of the Cherokee Strip, the Oklahoma Land Rush, and built that farmhouse. And, everything that they ate, they raised. They made their own bread. They drank well water from their own well. They butchered their own cattle and pigs and chickens and all of that kind of stuff. They drank whole milk. My grandmother separated the cream and used that to make pies and whipped cream and butter. She made her own butter. And everybody in my family, up until modern times, even my grandfather and my grandmother on my mother's side, these people lived to old, and I mean real old age, up in their 80s and into their 90s, and that's unusual nowadays. So, I couldn't understand when all of a sudden they're telling me that everything that these people ate all their life, when they lived to be 86, 87, 89, 94, they're telling me that what they were eating is going to kill me. And I look around, I see all these people who are paying attention to this, and they're just eating vegetables, and they're eating margarine instead of butter and all this kind of stuff. They're dying. And my health is suffering. Nobody in my family ever had the health problems that this generation is having. And so there's something seriously wrong with what we're eating and maybe with what we're not eating. I don't see anything wrong with all of those things that my great-grandparents were eating because they were natural. They were the things that God made, not what man made. And they were healthy. And they worked. Nobody ever had a tremendous debilitating sickness or illness. It just didn't happen. But now it's changed. I mean, it's really changed. And so we need to do something about it. Well, I started taking Dr. Wallach's products, the pig arthritis formula, to tell you the truth. And what that consists of is a bottle of Ultimate Virgin Earth and a bottle of the Earth Minerals and the, let me see, where's it at? The EFA capsules and the glucose gel. That's what it is. And, if you take a bunch of it, it'll last you a month. If you, and that's, when you first start off, you've got to do that. You've got to take more than normal. Well, I started off against the recommendation. I cut in half what I was told I was supposed to take for a while. And even having it halved, just to see what kind of effect it was going to have on me, I started feeling better. I got my old energy back, folks. I feel energized. I remember listening to Billy Goodman late one night when he had his broadcast on KVEG out of Las Vegas. I was listening to him, and he was playing with this Tesla coil. And the sparks were jumping out of his fingers and stuff, and he just got all excited, and all of a sudden he just yelled into the microphone. He said, "I feel electrified. Folks, I feel electrified." And he was a great showman. But, that's the way I feel. I feel electrified. I feel renewed. I feel regenerated. I feel really full of energy. I don't get sleepy after I eat a big meal now. I don't even get sleepy. I'm not, there was a time when I used to work late into the night, sometimes 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I go to bed for just a few short hours and get up and work all day, and then late into the night at 2 or 3 in the morning. And a lot of you know that because that's when we used to have some of our best conversations was during that time when nobody would interrupt us. And that's when I could do my best work. And then all of a sudden, one day I couldn't do it anymore. And I could stay up till like maybe midnight. And then a little while later, it was 10:30. And then it was like 9:30, and then all of a sudden, I was getting really sleepy and tired, and my legs were just in excruciating pain right around 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And that's when I had to just call it quits and go to bed. And when I pushed it, believe me, folks, I suffered terribly the next day. Well, I don't have any pain in my legs anymore. My eyesight is improved so much. I am just so happy, and I feel so good. I can't find words adequate enough to tell you how much Dr. Wallach has helped me. And I just got through talking to him, as a matter of fact, about an hour ago on the telephone, maybe an hour and a half before the broadcast, and we're trying to arrange it so that he can appear live in studio right here with us in January for 1 or 2 nights in order to take some of your questions over the phone. And we're going to try very hard to make that happen. He's told me that he's going to do everything he can to clear his schedule and get here. And I hope that that's what we're going to do. In the meantime, how this all started with the radio show is that I like these products so much, I was going to advertise on this radio show Dr. Wallach's products as a sponsor. And then we found out that he does a syndication. We were going to air his radio show. We were going to purchase extra airtime, and I talked to WBCQ about it, and we were going to air his radio broadcast. And then we found out we couldn't get it live because it requires a DSS dish and all kinds of decoding equipment and all kinds of stuff that we cannot afford and never will be able to afford. It's something professional radio stations, the big time that, spend $1 million for their equipment. That's the kind of stuff that they have and we can't get and we'll never be able to afford. So we got permission to use portions of his tapes. And then it was put to me that, hey, we were going to just advertise on your show, and we were going to do all the work and all the calls and all the everything, and you'd just be paid a fee based upon the amount of business that we obtained from the advertising, which is a novel way to do it. But, when you need money to air your broadcast, you look at all different kinds of things to stay on the air. And then it was put to me that we could become, just like you can, if you want to, you can either become a preferred customer and purchase the product at wholesale prices, or you can do what we're doing and become a distributor. And if you become a distributor, then you get a portion of the sales of anybody that you sell to, or anybody that you sign up that sells below you, sort of like a multi-level marketing. So that's what we're doing. And so I'm just telling you what we're doing. I'm not, doing anything other than that right now. This is all for your education and information. And later, when we begin to take your calls, if you want to know anything more than that, then we'll have to go off the air here in the Round Valley because we cannot do selling of anything on 98.5 FM because it's a nonprofit community service radio station. We can help educate the people about their health by playing Dr. Wallach's portions of his tapes and things, but we cannot sell on that station and will not. Never have, never will, and unless it's an accident, somebody, and if that happens, it is an accident because we certainly don't intend to. If we accidentally say something about a price of something and get into that end. But that's why we haven't done it so far. We didn't want to cut the Round Valley out of the education about these health matters from Dr. Wallach and about their need for vitamins and minerals and things like that. But that's where we're at right now. And all of you who have been listening to this radio broadcast know for many years that if I did not find that these nutritional supplements were really doing what they're supposed to do, I wouldn't even allow a caller to mention them on the air. That's the way I am. Everything is researched, everything is checked out. If it doesn't work, you never hear a thing about it on this radio show unless somebody asks, what we think of it, then we might give an opinion. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this short pause, and then we'll take your calls and answer whatever questions you may have to the best of my ability. And if you ask questions that get into that area that we're not supposed to talk about on 98.5, then we'll go off the air on 98.5 so that I can answer your questions.
When I became of age, my mother called me to her side. She said, son, you're growing up now. Pretty soon you'll take a bride. And then she said, just because you become a young man now, there's still some things that you don't understand now. Before you ask some girl for a hand now, keep your freedom for as long as you can now. My mama told me, you better shop around.
The number is 520-333-4578. 520-333-4578. Once again, 520-333-4578. Phones are open. We'll stick just strictly to the topic of Dr. Wallach and what he can do for us. Once again, folks, the number is 520-333-4578. That's 520-333-4578. I'm going to do my best to answer any of the questions that you might have about Dr. Wallach or his colloidal minerals, plant-derived, every single one of them, vitamins and nutritional supplements that have done so much to make me feel so much better that it's almost unbelievable. And somebody, I understand, called Tim and thought it was unbelievable. But folks, you know, if you want to make a trip out here and talk to my neighbors and people who know me and for a long, long time, and watch me. Just the other day, I was chasing Annie, running, chasing her while she was riding the bicycle. And I haven't run in so many years, I can't even remember the last time that it was. Long, long time ago. And I'm an amputee, but that doesn't stop you from running if you're in good health. But for so long, my legs have been in such pain that I couldn't run. I could just barely stand up and hobble around and do that without, making everybody miserable by mainly, not complaining about it all the time. But everybody knew you can't fake something like that, folks. It's just absolutely impossible. Everybody who was at the conference knows about it and understands. They saw it. They were there. They saw how painful my legs became as the day went on. And I'll tell you something else, too. You know, I'm drinking tea during the broadcast. I've never done that before. I usually drink water, and I only, take little sips to keep my mouth from drying out. I've drank, so far about 9/10 of a cup of tea. And normally I wouldn't be able to do that, folks, for a whole hour. I wouldn't be able to drink a cup of tea without having to have somebody jump in here for a few minutes so I could make a little run to the bathroom. And that doesn't happen now. I've almost finished this cup of tea. I have no urge whatsoever in that regard, and don't believe that I will for the remainder of this whole hour. For those of you who have been calling and asking about Doyle, Doyle is now the cable guy. So Doyle's working, and unfortunately his work carries him into the time of this broadcast, so that sometimes he doesn't get home until after the broadcast, and sometimes he comes in during the broadcast, but I don't know that he's even here. He may be here right now. If he is, Doyle, come in and say hello to everybody, because a lot of people have been missing you. And if he doesn't come in after I've said that, because I know he would be listening, then that means he's not here. He's not home yet. Just as simple as that. But Doyle is now the cable guy. Well, I guess nobody has any questions that they want to call in and clarify or ask about. And pretty soon you're going to get your package in the mail anyway. So I don't know what to do with the rest of this hour, because that's what we had planned. And I was being told that so many people were calling the number that we've given out in order to ask questions that many of you would want to take advantage of an opportunity to do exactly that. And so either there's something wrong with the phone lines again, which happens occasionally, or nobody is interested in asking any questions about any of these things tonight. And as you just heard that, we have a dial tone on the phone, so I don't know if it's the phone or not. But all of you who have been asking a lot of questions about Dr. Wallach and about colloidal minerals and vitamins and things like that, this is your chance to get some answers. I've got everything spread out here in front of me, and can do that for you. Good evening. You're on the air.
Good evening, Bill. This is Dennis in North Carolina.
Hi, Dennis.
Bill, I just want to give you thanks from the bottom of my heart for what you're doing for all these freedom-loving people.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. My question is, on the colloidal minerals, the source of them, and I know they're ancient, come from some kind of ancient deposit, but what state and how they're processed and anything like that.
Okay, let me answer that for you, because that's a question I understand a lot of people have been asking. Colloidal minerals have been consumed in this country as a bottle supplement since, I guess, around 1926. The products that Dr. Wallach has, in fact, the colloidal minerals are called virgin earth plant-derived minerals. They're plant-derived colloidal minerals in solution, and this solution contains 77 minerals in their unaltered, organically bound colloidal form. That means not in a mineral form. Mineral form is not the way that human beings are supposed to ingest, not mineral form, but metallic form. They're not in a metallic form. They're in an organically bound colloidal form, which is the process that plants use when they take these minerals out of the ground to use them in their own development. So if you take metallic colloidal minerals, it's different, and your body tends to reject them. And not only that, but metals, when they get into your stomach in the metallic form, are altered drastically by the hydrochloric acid which is in your stomach. Now, we've had some calls. Some people really got upset when I talked about that the other night. But it's absolutely true and you can pick up any, not even high school. I'd say junior high school science textbook, and you can read what happens when metals come in contact with acids of all different sorts. So if they're organically bound, it's different than being metallic in nature. And when you make colloidal minerals using metal electrodes, you're creating a metallic colloidal solution. Now, it's not bad to use that because you can swish it around in your mouth and it will be absorbed through the membranes of your mouth and your gums, and you can gargle with it and it will cure sore throats, it'll cure infected gums and mouth diseases, and it will help you in your esophagus, but when it hits the stomach, it will turn in, for instance, colloidal silver. When it hits the stomach and is mixed with hydrochloric acid, it will turn into one of three different silver salts, either silver chloride, silver chlorate, or silver chloride. And these are not the things that the body needs to be able to use silver. You need silver as a mineral in your body. So you need plant-derived, organically bound, colloidal form of these minerals. And the ones that are used here are leached from a prehistoric plant material known as humic shale. This is when the plant material dies and it just piles up over many years, and then it's compressed in the strata of the soil, and it becomes a shale. It's called humic shale. And this particular humic shale comes from southeastern Utah. Now, humic shale is pulverized, and they put it in a large food-grade vats, and they submerge it in purified, cool water, and it's allowed to leach naturally and undisturbed over a long period of time. And during this period of time, the plant-derived minerals blend in with the water to form an organic colloidal concentrate that Dr. Wallach calls virgin earth. Now, it depends on whose research you're looking at. You can go out and find all different kinds of things. There may be as many as 60 essential minerals. By definition, if any of these essential minerals are missing from our diet, disease or even death can occur. I'm sure you understand that. Do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Minerals never, ever occurred in a uniform blanket around the crust of the earth anywhere, but rather were and still are found in veins. It was always a gamble. When you went out to look for minerals, what minerals and how much of any, if you found any, that you would ever find in any given mining field or mineral deposit area. And so it's always been a throw of the dice who gets what kind of diseases. And if you check around the country, in any country, you'll find that people who live in different regions of different countries get different diseases. And I'm talking about diseases that are specifically caused by mineral or vitamin deficiencies. And it depends upon the amount of minerals in the soil where they raise their crops that they convert into their bread or their salads or however they're eating their plants, and all kinds of different things. But basically, that's why someone in one state may have, in fact, people who live in one specific area may have healthy teeth and never have a filling for their whole life, and somebody who lives in another area, their teeth may be falling out when they're, 42. So all of these things, of course, come into play. Unfortunately, when we depend upon natural sources for our food, back in prehistoric days, we might have been able to get away with that, but not anymore. To eliminate random mineral deficiency disease in livestock, the agricultural industry added minerals and trace minerals to feed pellets so that every time an animal ate their food, they got the optimal levels of minerals. Now, humans don't do that. Humans have historically been told that you can get everything you need from your 4 food groups. You remember what the 4 food groups are?
Bread, cereals, milk, whole grains, like I said.
I can hardly hear you. You need to talk real loud.
Okay, sorry about that. On bread, cereals, meats, milk, vegetables.
Okay. And but it's not true. Today we cannot get everything that we need from those 4 food groups, and in fact, no matter how much of that we eat from those 4 food groups, we are still starving nutritionally. Our bodies are literally craving things that it's not getting, and we've used just nothing but fertilizer to put back in the soil, and that's always been nitrogen, potassium, and what's the other one? Phosphate. And that's been for over 100 years. And that's just to get the maximum yield, not the nutritional value. So most of what we're eating is just totally depleted. The soils are depleted, and so the plants are depleted. So we're exhausted of organic material, and we're depleted of essential minerals. And so it's more important now than it ever was to supplement our diets with minerals and vitamins, by the way, and other essential nutritional supplements that we need, that we absolutely must have. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. And I appreciate the time for you, and I'm going to get off the line and hope someone else can get in here. And God bless you, sir.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your call.
Okay, good evening.
520-333-4578 is the number. See, I bet you guys didn't think that I could answer your question. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill. This is Bob from Kentucky.
Hi, Bob.
Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
Like you just said about the soils being depleted and that sort of thing.
Uh-huh.
And where we live here, the soil is pretty rich in lime and other minerals. So much so sometimes that your faucet gets ladled with all kinds of sediments and whatnot. And but a lot of people here, I know my wife's family has a lot of vitamin deficiencies and mineral deficiencies, obviously, because they basically live at the hospital, some of them do. And
that is really sad. And, you know, when I found out that what's in these things and that they really do work and that they've improved my health so much more, it was just beyond my capability to understand how this could be and how is it so many people are out there suffering so much. And that's why we decided to do this.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate that. There's a lot of, I listen to shortwave quite a bit, and of course, as you probably well know, there's all kinds of people hawking different materials and items and whatever, but the mineral thing just seems to make common sense. You know, it seems to, since we are basically organic ourselves, that makes more sense than anything synthetic or whatever.
Well, it's absolutely true. And by the way, some of those people out there who are, as you say, hawking other things are telling you the truth, and some of those things are really good. Others, and I would have to say probably the majority, are not.
Now, I've been listening to shortwave now for pretty avidly for about 3 years, and you get a lot of definitely differing viewpoints from what you normally read in the newspaper or see on television. And I'm a government employee myself, and sometimes you talk to fellow coworkers and whatever, and they give you that glazed look whenever you bring a subject like this up, you know, because while you're talking about it, they're chomping down on a hamburger from McDonald's or something like that.
Well, according to Dr. Wallach, a hamburger from McDonald's doesn't hurt you a bit.
Well, I eat quite a few myself, and I'm probably healthier for it.
Well, I do too, but not from McDonald's.
Well,
I like their fries. Their fries are good.
If you get them and the grease ain't old.
Yeah, well, but then Dr. Wallach told me not to eat anything fried in grease.
Yeah. What's the spelling of his last name?
Wallach.
ACH.
Yeah, I just talked to him about, I guess it's almost 2 hours ago now.
All right, and his number was, again, 888?
Well, it's not his number, but it's where you can leave your name and address and phone number so that we can make sure that you get the information that you need.
Okay.
It's 1-888-403-2405.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got that correctly.
Okay.
And before I
go, I just want to tell you that I really enjoyed when you first came on and had a full 3 hours, and I understand the constraints financially and whatnot, but...
Well, I enjoyed it too, but 3 hours proved to be absolutely beyond our financial capability and apparently beyond the willingness of the listening audience to support this broadcast. So we cut back to 2, and then the Voice of America overrode the second hour.
Right.
And I'm not going to pay for airtime where nobody can hear us.
I wouldn't either, because really here in Central Kentucky, at about 49 after the hour, apparently is when VOA starts to key up their transmitter, because I get a lot of fluttering and like a rural type info.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
And then, about 58 after the hour, they start playing Yankee Doodle Dandy or whatever it is they play, and it gets a little aggravating, especially when you're at the end of your hour and you're trying to give out pertinent information, phone numbers or whatever. All you can hear is,
Oh, I understand.
But yeah, my job took me out to Oklahoma a couple of months ago, and I took my radio with me, and reception out there wasn't too bad. It was a little tenuous on some nights, but that's when I first started noticing VOA interrupted in your second hour.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're out of time.
Okay.
I wish we weren't, but we are.
Thank you. I'll let you go.
You're welcome.
Good show.
And all of you who called in, and thanks for calling, by the way.
Bye-bye.
All of those of you who called in and asked for your information pack, it's in the mail. It's on the way to you now. You can watch for it in your mailbox. And if you have any questions about any of it, you can call me personally at the number there between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Don't call me earlier than that, and don't call me later than that, and don't call me on the weekends unless it's an emergency. Between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, I'll be here to answer any questions that you may have about that information packet that you received, and I will do my best to answer your questions and help you out any way I can. Good night, folks. God bless each and every single one of you.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should crumble, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And Lord, stand by me, oh, stand by me, oh, stand now. Stand by me, stand by me.
Lights
Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we got our phone problem fixed. It was definitely a phone problem. And whenever that happens and we have the broadcast scheduled for open phones, there really isn't much to do except go off the air. And so you can expect that whenever that kind of thing happens. Tonight, what we're going to do is, well, you'll hear it. Just pay attention. Make sure you've got something to take notes with. You're going to need to take notes. You're going to want to take notes, in fact, because there's a lot of advice that you're going to get during this next hour. That is, well, it's precious. It's valuable. It's something that you don't hear anywhere else. Unless, of course, you're somewhere where you get Dr. Wallach's syndicated radio talk show. So pay very close attention, folks, and make sure that you take copious notes.
Hello, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, a veterinarian and physician. And today we're going to talk about osteoporosis, a disease that everybody knows about but knows little about. And the thing that most people don't know is that there's many early signs, many early manifestations, and many late-stage problems that are associated with osteoporosis. We're going to cover these in detail. And so you're going to get educated on osteoporosis far more than medical doctors know anything about. This is the great disease. It causes more human misery and cost than any other disease in America. Let's start out with some of the early warning symptoms. Eyelid twitches, toe, foot, and leg cramps, back spasms. These are all indicators of low calcium in your blood, low blood calcium. And why would you have low blood calcium? Well, you have a low dietary calcium intake, and your body may have a hard time keeping up with the calcium need. It takes a little while for your parathyroid glands to get the calcium from your bones. And when there's a lag time there, you get eyelid twitches, toe cramps, foot cramps, leg cramps, and back spasms. Eyelid twitches in themselves are kind of interesting. Technically, they're called blepharospasm. That's kind of a sexy name. And the medical approach to blepharospasm is to surgically cut the muscles to the eyelid so it won't close. Also, they can inject botulism poison, the most potent poison on earth, into those eyelid muscles and poison them so they won't function anymore. Really, all you need is some calcium. Then there's hypercalcemia. This is where you have a high blood calcium, and this terrifies physicians normally. They will want to surgically remove your parathyroid glands. Normally, your blood calcium ranges from 8.5 to 10.5 milligrams per cent. And if it gets up to 11, 11.5, to 12, 12.5, doctors believe your parathyroid glands are overactive, and the only thing you can do is surgically remove them. They are becoming overactive, the parathyroid glands, but basically if you take in enough calcium, they'll relax, get quiet, go back to sleep, and your blood calcium will go back down to normal. Certainly, calcium supplementation is preferential to surgical amputations of the parathyroid glands. Then there's bleeding from razor nicks. You guys that have to put toilet paper on your face for an hour or so after you nick yourself, or ladies, you nick your shin shaving, and it just won't stop. Normally, blood clotting mechanism should take place within less than a minute. and it takes calcium, takes a certain amount of calcium in your blood to pull that off. And so one of the earliest symptoms of osteoporosis is a bleeding problem when you nick yourself with a razor. Then there's receding gums, gingivitis, pyorrhea, periodontitis, periodontal disease, loose teeth, bridges and plates. This is the earliest symptom of major osteoporosis, and this can happen in a 12-year-old, 20-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 50-year-old, 75 years old, doesn't matter. When you have any of these dental problems, receding gums, gingivitis, loose teeth, bridges and plates, that means that the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth have melted away. Osteoporosis is already beginning, and you'll see osteoporosis in the facial bones and the jaw bones 20 to 50 years before you can recognize osteoporosis in the larger bones of your arms, your vertebrae, your pelvis, and your large leg bones, your hips and your thigh bones, the femur. And that's because the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth are only a millimeter or so thick. And when your bones get weak in the absence of minerals, they try to, in fact, get stronger by generating connective tissue or scar tissue. This happens to every bone in the body, not at the same rate. Some bones will do this faster than others, and that's highly variable from person to person. And so you get a whole interesting set of symptoms. First of all, let's look at a common malady, tinnitus or ringing in the ears. Most doctors say they don't know what causes that. If it has some dizziness or vertigo with it, it can be called Meniere's disease. If you have real serious vertigo with tinnitus or ringing in the ears, it can be called Wallach's vertigo. It was named after me because I figured out what causes it and how to prevent it and how to reverse it. Again, when this connective tissue is generated in your bones of your skull, as the eighth cranial nerve, which is begun in your brain, goes through a little quarter-inch canal through the skull into the inner ear, your eighth cranial nerve has two branches, the auditory branch, which deals with hearing, and the vestibular branch, which deals with balance and your positioning on Earth. And if that connective tissue that's generated by your skull, when you have osteoporosis, squeezes the eighth cranial nerve, you can have one or two or a combination of those symptoms appear at the same time. And they may come and go as your calcium intake varies from week to week or day to day or month to month. And when you get the auditory branch of the eighth cranial nerve squeezed by itself, you get tinnitus or ringing in the ears. When you get the vestibular branch of the eighth cranial nerve squeezed, you get vertigo. When you get them both squeezed at the same time, you get Wallach's vertigo, which is the ringing and buzzing, roaring in the ears along with the vertigo. It has nothing to do with seasickness. It's interesting. Doctors try to give people cortisone, prednisone, and the motion sickness patches or pills. Then there's Bell's palsy. That's the seventh cranial nerve, which originates in the brain, goes through the facial nerve, through the facial bones, and comes out and innervates one side of the face. Most people will wake up and see one side of their face drooping, the eyelids, the lip, the nose, the whole cheek, and they'll think, gosh, I've had a stroke. But it's just that connective tissue squeezing the seventh cranial nerve. Then there's trigeminal neuralgia, also known as tic Delarue. The individuals get a severe electrical type pain on the side of their face, their neck, behind their ear, down their neck, and over their shoulder. This is the fifth cranial nerve, or the trigeminal nerve, getting squeezed as it comes out through the skull between the ear and the mastoid bone. And then there's spinal stenosis. The spinal nerves can actually be squeezed as they come out from between the vertebrae, and the spinal cord itself can be squeezed by the connective tissue generated by the vertebrae when you have osteoporosis. All of these, of course, are reversible when you supplement properly. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then we have the well-known, of course, osteoarthritis, degenerative arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, Dowager's hump. These are nothing more than osteoporosis, and, of course, can be painful, disfiguring, but certainly nothing more than a calcium deficiency. Then there is, of course, loss of height, which goes along with osteoporosis. You see people say, yeah, I used to be 6'8", now I'm only 6'4" because I've lost 4 inches over the years. That, in fact, is because they're losing calcium into their bloodstream to maintain their blood calcium, and they're not taking in enough calcium to maintain their height, so they're just gradually losing bone mass. You can also get compression fractures, where the vertebrae themselves can compress, kind of like stepping on a beer can, when you have enough body weight to compress these low mineral vertebrae. They don't have enough mineral in them anymore. And then there's spontaneous fractures, which can be life-threatening. This is where the hip, the ball and socket joint, or the femur itself fracture, and you fall down after the fracture actually takes place, and you can have the secondary effects or the side effects of this, complications which are known as pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and stroke. All of these are related to osteoporosis, certainly not all of the features of osteoporosis, but some of the more common ones. And most of you really didn't realize that osteoporosis appeared in this many different ways. Well, one of the things that people do is they supplement with lots of calcium, and they're very frustrated with the results. They rarely get the result they're looking for. That's because 25 to 40% of your bone weight is pure collagen or gelatin. And without supplementing collagen, glucosamine sulfate, and chondroitin sulfate, guess what? You're not going to retain much or any of that calcium that you supplement with. And so we came up with what we call Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. And Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula has not only colloidal and chelated and elemental calcium in it, it has the collagen, glucosamine sulfate, chondroitin sulfate, the basic building blocks for your bone itself. It also has all 60 essential minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 essential amino acids, and the 3 essential fatty acids. And we're going to be right back after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to receive information on Dr. Wallach and his recommendations on how you can improve your health, please call toll-free 1-888-403-2405. Right now, 1-888-403-2405. In the Round Valley of Arizona, it's 3555.
The office is open. Dr. Wallach here. And before we go to our first caller, I want to remind people that 25 to 40% of your bone weight is pure collagen or gelatin. If you ever did that 6th grade biology experiment, we took a chicken drumstick bone, made sure all the meat was off of it, put it into a quart jar of white vinegar, left it in there for 2 weeks, then washed it off, and guess what? You can tie that chicken drumstick bone into a square knot because all the minerals have been taken out of it, but the gelatinous 25 to 40% is still there. And you can supplement with all the calcium you want, but without that collagen, chondroitin sulfate, and glucosamine sulfate, you're not going to retain much of any calcium, and that's a very, very important part of Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. Let's go to our first caller, Helen in Lakeland, Florida. Helen, you're on the air.
Well, hi, Dr. Wallach.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm from Lakeland, Florida, and I have a question for you.
Fire away.
Okay. I'm a 56-year-old who has a history of osteoporosis in my family. And I can remember my grandmother being stooped over. My mom is really getting worse every day. Is there anything I can do to keep this from happening to me?
Oh, absolutely, Helen. Osteoporosis and Dowager's hump like your grandmother had, and if your mom has the beginnings of Dowager's hump too, we may be able to help her. And if you supplement with all 90 essential nutrients, you can rebuild cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, and bone regardless of your age. Have you been taking any minerals, calcium?
Well, I take 2 tablets of 600 milligrams per day. Is that enough calcium? Or
do you know what the source of that calcium is?
I do not know the source, but it also has vitamin D with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, it's a very common formulation for calcium tablets where they add a little bit of vitamin D with it. Unfortunately, when you have a calcium tablet, you're looking at almost always a metallic or inorganic form of calcium, which is only about 8 to 12% absorbable to animals and human beings until you get about 40 or 50 years of age. You hit that big 50, and your digestive physiology changes, and normally your ability to absorb this type of inorganic calcium drops to 3 to 5%. And even though you're supplementing, and you might even think you're supplementing with 2,000 milligrams of calcium, but in fact you only may be getting 28 milligrams of calcium a day. And so the type of calcium is important. What kind of work do you do?
Well, I'm a nurse. I'm an RN.
Okay, so you're on your feet a lot.
Right.
And are you a surgical nurse or you're a floor nurse?
Well, I do private duty.
I see. So you see a lot of people at home with osteoporosis. And you've seen people taking all kinds of calcium supplements, and you will notice that they don't do well. Even if they take Tums or calcium carbonate, calcium lactate, calcium citrate is another one people like to use. And so my suggestion is you try Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. Not only does it have 3 types of calcium, the colloidal calcium, which is up to 98% available, the chelated calcium, which is 40 to 60% available, and the elemental calcium, which is 10 to 12% available. It also has the collagen, glucosamine sulfate, and the chondroitin sulfate, which will help you retain the calcium you're supplementing with. And so I would suggest the whole pig arthritis formula for twice a day for, say, 60 to 90 days to get your calcium back into your bones, and then cut it to once a day for maintenance. That will cut your cost and will also be a lot more convenient for you.
You have given me a whole lot of information. I sure will follow through, and I thank you very much.
Well, you're very welcome, Helen. And, of course, like everybody else, if you do these things, don't fall into despair. You don't need to have a hip replacement surgery. You do not need to live a life of disability. Even if you're 75, 85, 95, or 105, you can rebuild those bones. And so osteoporosis should be a thing of the past. We've eliminated it in animals because you don't have Blue Cross, Blue Shield, major medical, hospitalization, Medicare, and Medicaid to pay for nonsensical surgical treatment, medical treatment with drugs, or with mechanical treatments for nothing more than a mineral deficiency disease. Let's go to Ralph in Rancho Margarita, California.
Hi, Doc. Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. What's up?
Well, I'm in my late 40s, and I've noticed that in the mornings I got a terrible time getting out of bed. It's getting to be more of a struggle getting my body up and going. My knees, my back hurt, and really my joints hurt all over. I just feel like I never get loose.
Okay. Have you ever tried any of that old treatment of soaking your hands in hot water for 20 minutes? Does that ever help you?
I've never tried that, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Do you do any kind of exercise?
Very little. I bowl a little bit when I can and play a little golf.
All right. Have you ever had a diagnosis of arthritis?
No.
Never been to a doctor for this?
No.
Okay. Basically, the odds are you have the beginnings of osteoarthritis or degenerative arthritis, which is one of the features of osteoporosis. And you should be able to see your results very quickly in taking all 90 essential nutrients, getting the calcium, the magnesium, the boron, strontium, and other trace minerals that are necessary for bone regeneration and bone growth. Make sure you take it in the form of the pig arthritis formula twice a day for 90 days. And I want you to give us a call back in 30 days because you're going to see some quick results. What kind of work do you do, Ralph?
I'm an accountant, so I'm at a desk most of the day, and kind of stressful.
And you don't do anything on the weekends? You're not a weekend warrior?
No, not a weekend warrior. I just spend time with the wife, and we do a little traveling.
Okay. How's your wife doing? Does she have any similar symptoms?
Yes.
Okay. The reason why I ask that, Ralph, is because when you have a couple who eats the same, it's not unusual for them to get similar diseases and think, gosh, we're both getting arthritis. Well, that's because you're both eating the same way and perhaps not supplementing properly. Do you ever supplement in your life?
We take some vitamins, vitamin C and so forth, but not too much else.
Okay, I didn't hear any minerals, so that would go along with your history of the beginnings of arthritis. Okay, Ralph, give us a call in a month after you start the pig arthritis formula, and we look forward to hearing from you and your wife.
Well, good. Thank you very much for the information, Doc. We'll sure give it a shot.
Okay. Thank you, Ralph. All right, we've got time here so we can go to another caller. Let's go to Linda in Dallas, Texas. Hello, Linda. You're on the air.
Hi, Dr. Wallach?
Yes, ma'am.
I've just been diagnosed with MS, and I really don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. Is there anything I can do?
All right. What symptoms do you have right now?
I don't have any yet.
Okay. Well, how did they know you had MS? I mean, why did you go to the doctor?
Dizziness, stiffness.
Okay. Very good. That's not unusual. Sometimes people get blurry vision. They may slur their speech like they're intoxicated. Sometimes their movement's a little stiff. And they can't find out where their feet are at, this type of thing. Not unusual. The very, very mild, almost imperceptible symptoms of early multiple sclerosis. And did the doctors tell you what part of the brain is injured when you have MS?
No.
They didn't give you any explanation. Well, normally the MS, multiple sclerosis, is caused by a degeneration of the myelin, the insulating material in the brain. And this is almost 100% cholesterol. 75% of your brain weight is pure cholesterol. It's called myelin. It's this fatty stuff that insulates each nerve fiber of the brain and spinal cord. And when this becomes degenerated and replaced with scar tissue, Linda, this is when you get MS. And the symptoms will depend and vary from person to person and vary in severity based on the location of these injuries to the brain. It's very, very spontaneous. It's a throw of the dice. It's a crapshoot, if you will, what part of the brain is affected. So one person's early stages of MS can be quite a bit different from another person's. But what you want to do is stop the continuing injury, and you want to, in fact, rebuild the damaged myelin. And so what I like to do is give the brain the raw materials to rebuild the myelin, which includes, of course, the cholesterol. So you want to eat 2 eggs every morning for breakfast, soft scrambled or maybe poached or soft boiled, not fried. You want to eat 72 ounces of red meat every month. And I know that sounds like a lot, but it's just a quarter pounder a day. And the purpose of this meat and eggs is to take in the cholesterol. You can only make 10% of your daily need. The other 90% must come from your diet. And if you don't bring in this raw material, you'll never be able to rebuild that myelin. Now, in addition to the eggs and the meat, you want to take in all 90 essential nutrients. And a good way to do that, 87 of the 90 essential nutrients you can get as the pig arthritis formula. The other 3, the essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, I like to use the flaxseed oil capsules or salmon oil capsules or the evening primrose oil. The flaxseed oil is a little bit more economical, and the salmon oil capsules sometimes give people belches, burps, and bloats, and so you can kind of choose which one you want. And then the continuing injury is kind of interesting to me. One of the things that was on 60 Minutes about 8 years ago, there was a group of people who had MS, and a fellow by the name of Hal Huggins in Colorado Springs, Colorado, dentist, took out their mercury amalgam fillings. Within 12 weeks, they were all giving up their walkers and their wheelchairs and were essentially symptom-free because he felt that the damage to the myelin in the brain for MS was due to mercury that was off-gassing out of the mercury amalgam fillings. So you want to have those replaced with a composite or a fiberglass and stop that continuous leaching if you have any of those mercury amalgam fillings in. Do you have any of those?
Oh, yeah, and I will definitely get it taken care of. I don't want to be crippled the rest of my life.
Yeah, and of course, do the dietary changes. Avoid all fried foods, margarines. Margarines are the worst type of fat for your body, especially when you have any type of brain damage like you do with MS. You want to be able to give up that margarines, the salad dressings, anything with oils in them, fried foods, tempura, stir fry. And you want to be sure to take that essential fatty acid. You want to take 3 of those with each meal, and 3 1-gram or 1,000 milligram capsules of the flaxseed oil or salmon oil or evening primrose oil. That'll give you about 3% of the average daily intake of essential fatty acids of your calories, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And give us a call back in a couple of months. It's going to take a couple of months to see some benefit if this is going to work for you, Linda. And don't forget, if you have a problem, if you have a health challenge, or if you want to talk about a health challenge of any loved one, you can give us a call, too, and we will do everything we can to give you the information we know. If we don't know it, we'll look it up, and then we'll let you know it.
For more information on Dr. Wallach and his advice on how you can improve your health, call 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. One more time, call toll-free, 1-888-403-2405. In the Round Valley of Arizona, it's 3555. That's 3555.
The average doctor has a malignant dumb belief that you can get everything you need from your 4 food groups. Of course, we know that's impossible. You can't get everything you need from your 4 food groups. Plants, grains, vegetables, fruits, and nuts can make and do make vitamins, vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin D, vitamin K, but plants cannot make minerals, and so it's worse than a crapshoot. If you think you can get everything you need from your 4 food groups, you're throwing away 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years of your life unnecessarily. That's why doctors live to be 58 to 62 on the average, depending on whose research you look at. And so just simply by supplementing with all 90 essential nutrients, making sure you take in those 60 essential minerals, you will guarantee an extra 20, 30, 40 years to your life. Let's go back to the callers here. Let's go to Randy in Normal, Illinois. Hello, Randy. You're on the air.
Hello, Doc. I just wanted to say I appreciate your radio program and all that you're doing.
Thank you.
It's really helped us.
What's up with Randy?
Okay, my family has a history of heart disease.
Okay.
Do you really think it does any good taking aspirin every day?
Okay, that's a great question, Randy, because people ask me that all the time, and doctors tell people to take aspirin all the time to prevent blood clots. You have to appreciate that cardiovascular disease is not a single disease. It's actually a complex of many different diseases. For instance, varicose veins, spider veins, and aneurysms are related. They're actually due to a breakdown of the elastic fibers in veins and arteries as a result of a copper deficiency. When you get arteriosclerosis, you get hardening of the arteries. It's actually due to a magnesium deficiency. You get what's called malignant calcification. You get calcification of the small and medium-sized arteries, such as the coronary artery, the middle cerebral artery, and the basal artery of the brain. The renal artery is another one that's about the same size, also the carotid arteries of the head. And this is due to a magnesium deficiency. And when you have blood clots, this can be due to a deficiency of the essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, and the aspirin is actually supposed to take the place of the omega-3s in preventing this blood clotting. And so my way of looking at it is, Randy, to take all 90 essential nutrients. I keep harping on that. It's so important to maintain and repair our bodies. Taking all 90 essential nutrients, which would include the essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, and that will prevent the stickiness of your platelets and prevent the blood clots that your doctor may have suggested taking the aspirin for. Remember, taking the aspirin is not going to prevent arteriosclerosis, is not going to prevent aneurysms, and it certainly won't prevent what's called cardiomyopathy heart disease, which is really the only true disease of the heart and muscle, and that is caused by a deficiency of the trace mineral selenium. So I would say that vitamins and minerals and essential fatty acids are even much more important than aspirin.
Great.
Okay, what kind of work do you do, Randy?
Well, I work in a steel factory.
Mm-hmm. So you get plenty of exercise.
Yes.
Okay, you don't have to worry about that part. Do you take any kind of fluid? I mean, you must sweat when you work in a steel factory.
I drink a lot of water.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I really recommend you try taking one of these mineral and electrolyte supplements and drinking that instead of water, because when you sweat, you're sweating out the selenium, the magnesium, and the copper that you really need to prevent heart and vascular disease. And so you do want to replace it when you have a job where you sweat a lot. That's really important.
Okay.
Okay?
And what is there any particular product?
Well, just generally, I keep going back to that pig arthritis formula because it's convenient and it's economical. It gives you 87 of the 90 essential nutrients. You add to it the flaxseed oil capsules, 3 of those with each meal. That's going to give you the essential fatty acids. And you can give up taking the aspirin.
Okay, so I can water that down and just drink that through the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great.
Have a great one, and then keep in touch, Randy. Give us a call every once in a while. Let us know how you're doing.
All right, I will. Thank you very much.
You bet. Bye-bye, Randy. Okay, let's come back with Bob. Bob from Flint, Michigan. Hello.
Hi, Doctor. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. What's up?
I have a similar problem to the last caller. My cholesterol is high. It's been high for several years. I'm 54 years old, and I don't feel bad, but the doctor this year in the last physical has put me on medication, and I'd like to do it naturally if I could.
Sure. Well, do you know how high your cholesterol was?
It's it's been for 10 years, probably 270, 280.
Okay, well, that's not too scary to me. The normal range for human beings is 220 to 270, and you're right at the upper end of normal. And that's about where Eskimos range. They range from about 250 to 300, and they're legendary for not getting cardiovascular disease. And above the Arctic Circle, 98% of the Eskimo diet is red meat and blubber. Whale meat, whale blubber, walrus meat, walrus blubber, seal meat, seal blubber, bear meat, bear fat, and they don't have to worry about their cholesterol. What gives? Well, that's because they eat the stomach contents of the animals they kill, and they get their chromium and vanadium, and they get their copper and their magnesium and their selenium from the stomach contents, the krill and the algae that these animals eat. And they also eat salmon every day, either fresh or dried or smoked or salted. And this gives them the omega-3s, all of which keep their blood cholesterols down below 300 and prevents all this cardiovascular disease. And so my personal credo is a day without a hamburger is like a day without sunshine. Don't be scared about eating a quarter pounder a day or 2 eggs for breakfast every day. Salt your food to taste. Enjoy yourself like a real American should. And don't worry about your cholesterol. It's at the high end of normal. Just means you're sexier. It kind of leaves you speechless, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they've got me on, am I allowed to say the medication?
Oh, sure. What do you got you?
Lipitor, and I've only taken a half of a tablet because one of them really kind of zonked me out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to have the liver checked pretty regularly, too, to make sure I don't have damage there.
Yeah, well, that's one of the bad things about most of these cholesterol-reducing drugs is they cause either liver damage or blindness or both. And that's why they had to come in for a blood enzyme check and want to look in your eyes. And so any kind of time a drug is going to cause some life-threatening problem or have you lose any feature like hearing or vision, you want to get off of it as quickly as possible. And certainly your blood cholesterol of 270 to 280 is not at a life-threatening level. If it was 1,200, I'd be a little more concerned. But, again, the pig arthritis formula, twice a day for 90 days, cut it back to once a day for maintenance, and then enjoy life. Don't worry about it. There's never been a single study which shows that restricting salt prevents pressure. There's never been a single study which shows that eating eggs or cholesterol causes plugged arteries. It's just not so. And so relax, enjoy yourself, and don't be paranoid about your blood cholesterol.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hey, you bet, Bob. You bet. All right. Yes, doctors, I have to tell you, doctors actually earned $117 billion just from cholesterol testing alone, and it didn't add 10 seconds to longevity. We're getting some faxes here. People want to know what that pig arthritis formula is. So let me just quickly tell you what the pig arthritis formula is. It goes like this. It's one of my legendary formulas. You know, veterinary formulas are designed to prevent and cure diseases in animals without drugs. And it goes like this. 5 ounces of calcium-enriched Minute Maid orange juice. Calcium's free. Minute Maid doesn't charge you for it. A half ounce of the bulk powder or 6 to 12 capsules of the ultimate glucogel. That's for the chondroitin sulfate, collagen, and glucosamine sulfate, which are the basic building blocks for the bone matrix, the cartilage, the ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, and bone. 1 ounce of the colloidal minerals, which is plant-derived colloidal minerals, 98% available and contains all 60 essential minerals. And then lastly and fourthly, 1 ounce of a liquid multiple containing 112 nutrients. You mix these 4 basic ingredients together, you get 7.5 ounces of mix, known as Dr. Wallach's pig arthritis formula. We're going to take it faithfully twice a day for 90 days, and then you can cut it to once a day for maintenance. I do get a lot of people say, well, Doc, how do I know I'm absorbing it? Well, normal human urine is clear or barely an amber color. If you're absorbing the pig arthritis formula, within 2 hours or 3 hours of consuming a dose of the pig arthritis formula, your urine is going to turn a fluorescent yellow. You know that you're absorbing it. So open your eyes and look before you flush the toilet. You'll know that it's working for you. How do you know that it is working for you? Well, make a list of all your health challenges. A neck that sounds like a bag full of gravel, loose teeth, receding gums, white, gray, or silver hair, liver spots, low back problems, high blood pressure, low blood sugar, diabetes. And then every 2 weeks go through this list and see if any of them are getting better. And it's not unusual in 60 to 90 days to begin to see a trend. You'll actually see many of these getting better. You can recognize it. And when they're getting better, you know that it's working for you. And don't forget that you heard it right here with Dr. Joel Wallach. And we're going to be back with some more callers after these messages.
For more information on Dr. Wallach and his recommendations on how you can improve your own personal health, call toll-free right now, 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. And if you live in the Round Valley of Arizona, the number is 3555. That's 3555. And now back to Dr. Wallach.
This is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, a veterinarian and physician. And, of course, a lot of people say treat them like dogs, but they do seem to get better. We're going to come back with another caller right away here. Let's go to Nina in Scranton, New Jersey. Nina, hello.
Hi, Dr. Wallach. I'm real glad to have the chance to talk with you.
Well, thank you. How are you doing?
Okay. Other than I have these spots all over my hands and arms and legs, you know, the brownish type ones.
Okay. They're called liver spots or age spots.
Yeah, they just look awful. I tried the creams from over the counter, but they just continue to get darker.
And you continue to get more and more numbers of these things?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me first share with you that this is one of the early warning signs of several more sinister things that could happen to you in the future. So it's good that you're being concerned about these. The technical name for the age spots or liver spots is ceroid, C-E-R-O-I-D, lipofucsin. It's a big mouthful, but I guess in common terms it's called rancid fat. And people who eat margarine, fried foods, and salad dressings with oils in them and do not supplement with enough of a trace mineral called selenium will get these liver spots. When you have 10 of them on the backs of your hands, your face, and your arms, you literally have millions of them, Nina, in your brain, your eyes, your thyroid gland, your lungs, your heart, your liver, and your bone marrow, all your other tissues. And they interfere with the biochemistry of every cell, of every tissue, and every organ of your body. Now, the nice thing about this is, if there is a nice thing, if you quit using margarines, salad dressings with oils in them, and fried foods, tempura, stir-fry, and you take in 250 micrograms of selenium every day, which is just 1/4 of 1 milligram, within 3 to 4 to 5 months, those age spots on the backs of your hands, your face, your arms will go away. They'll fade and go away. And they're going away on the outside, Nina. They're going to go away on the inside. And you will literally add 10, 20, 30, 40 years to your life just simply by giving up fried foods, margarine, salad dressings, and supplementing with the 250 micrograms of selenium every day. But I would take care. I wouldn't just use the selenium. Usually something else is going on that says you have more than one deficiency. And I'll ask you that question. Do you have any other symptoms such as white, gray, or silver hair?
I'm getting a few gray hairs.
Getting a few gray hairs, well, that could be a symptom of a copper deficiency. And, of course, we know that copper deficiency can result in gray, white, or silver hair because copper is required as a cofactor to manufacture hair pigment, blonde, red, brown, black hair, doesn't matter. It's also required as a cofactor to manufacture things like the elastic fibers in veins and arteries. So it's very, very important that you pay attention to all these little signs going on, that there's changes happening in your body that you can prevent. And the gray hair will go away and the original hair color will come back if you also supplement with the colloidal and the chelated form of the copper. So you will literally reduce your risk of aneurysms, of cancer, of heart disease by supplementing with all 90 essential nutrients. Make sure that you have 250 micrograms of selenium and at least 2 milligrams of available chelated and colloidal copper.
Okay.
And then do give us a call back in a couple of months, Nina. Give us a call back in a couple of months. Let us know how you're doing. The audience will want to know how those liver spots are going.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome. And you, too, you should sit down and make a list of all the things that bother you. If you have white, gray, or silver hair, if you have liver spots, if your neck sounds like a bag full of gravel, if you have low blood sugar, if you have cracked cuticles, hangnails, cracks in the side of your fingers, end of your thumbs, these are all warning signs that you can prevent terrible things from happening if you pay attention and do the proper thing. Let's take another caller here. Let's go to Paula in Nashville, Tennessee. Hello, Paula.
Hi, Dr. Wallach. Thank you for taking my call.
You're very welcome. I just love that Nashville accent.
Well, thank you. You should come here sometime. It's a great city.
Yeah, I've been there before. I appreciate Printer's Alley. It's a lot of fun.
Bet.
What can we do for you today?
Well, Doctor, my daughter and her husband would like another baby. They got a 7-year-old, but they just don't seem to be able to have another one.
Okay. Has this young lady had miscarriages or just not a pregnancy at all?
No, just no pregnancy. Doesn't seem to have any problems.
All right. And she's cycling normally?
Very regular.
And she's been examined and there's no kinks in the tubing or plumbing anywhere?
Nothing that they can find.
Okay. Well, I can allay your fears here, Paula. I can tell you that I've gotten more women pregnant than any other man in history. And my wife is quick to jump in and say that I do it nutritionally. Almost all, 99.9% of the infertility in the world that has nothing to do with kinks in the tubing or any kind of blockages anywhere, is due to a nutritional deficiency disease. And if this young lady and young man will take all 90 essential nutrients twice a day for 90 days and then cut it back to once a day for a maintenance, and do this for 3 to 6 months prior to going back to work and trying to establish a pregnancy, you will find that they'll be very, very successful. My own daughter, who's now 36 years old, has 2 lovely kids and working on her 3rd one. For 12 years, she and her husband tried to have a pregnancy for 12 years and it failed. Never even had a pregnancy with any miscarriages, just never a pregnancy at all. She spent $150,000 of her own money, went to experts all over the world. They told her she was hopelessly sterile. We put her on the pig arthritis formula, and in 3 months she had her first pregnancy. And let me tell you, she's got the 2 most beautiful kids, and you can look forward to the same thing to your daughter and son-in-law.
Nothing like those grandbabies.
That's right. And do give us a call back, Paul, and let us know how they do. And if it's a boy, name it after me.
Okay.
Okay,
well, thanks so much, Doctor.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And you, too, if you have a health challenge, you want to talk about, give us a call, and we'll be happy to share what we know about it with you. And for those of you that have an early warning symptom of low blood sugar, remember that this is one of the first signs of impending diabetes. If you have low blood sugar, if you have thirst, if you have frequent urination, if you have to wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, if you have to urinate 5 or 6 times after each meal, you're just terribly thirsty like you've been living in the desert during the meal, you want to have a 6-hour blood glucose tolerance test taken. You want to have your blood sugar level taken, and then the 6-hour test. You also want to have a urine test for blood sugar because the odds are you have either hyperinsulinemia, pre-diabetes, or diabetes. And so don't worry about it. These things can be fixed. You can actually prevent the need for insulin. If you're in a dangerous situation, you can take the insulin temporarily, and we'll help you get off of it within a few weeks. This is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, saying stand by. We're going to be right back with some more truth, justice, and the American way.
If you'd like to receive more information on Dr. Wallach and his recommendations on how you can improve your personal health, call toll-free 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. Do it right now. And if you live in the Round Valley of Arizona, it's 3555. The number is 3555. And now, back to Dr. Wallach.
This is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, and remember that dead doctors don't lie. It's the only time they won't. And we're going to go back to callers here. Let's go to Mark in Colorado Springs. Hello, Mark.
How you doing, Doc?
Okay, sir. Thank you. What's up?
Well, I've just been informed that my prostate cancer level is beginning to come up. You know, they took that the test. I can't think of the name of the test.
Okay, you're talking about the PSA test?
That's it, the PSA test.
They didn't tell you you had prostate cancer?
No, they just said that the possibility looked good because the level is starting to come up.
I see. Okay. So you got an elevated PSA.
Right.
And how old are you, Mark?
I'm 47 years old.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that, something like 85% of all American men over the age of 50 have an enlarged prostate. It's benign, non-cancerous. And the PSA will begin to go up when you get an enlarged prostate. This is almost always due to a deficiency of zinc, essential fatty acids, and some of the amino acids. And so certainly you want to begin to supplement with these things. Supplement with all 90 essential nutrients. And be sure to give up anything that's going to interfere with the usability of these nutrients. Fried foods, margarines, things like caffeine and sugar will actually interfere with the storage of zinc and other minerals. And so that will be useful. There's also a legendary herb by the name of saw palmetto, which will help reduce the size of the prostate. And you don't happen to know what the levels were, do you?
That was like 5.8.
Okay, well, normal level is below 1.5, and so it's getting up there, but I've seen them as high as 20 with a non-cancerous prostate gland. But what you want to do if you have concern to kind of allay your fears, all you have to do is go in for an ultrasound. They put just a little mineral oil on you, and they use one of these heads, kind of like a bathroom shower head, rubbed over the prostate gland, and they can see if there's any nodules in there. And certainly just having an elevated PSA is not the harbinger of doom. It's certainly not necessary to do a biopsy right away. Just an ultrasound will give you a clue as to anything's going on in there. But you should be well on your way to returning that PSA back down to normal.
Thank you much. I'll definitely get on that.
Okay, and then give us a call back in a couple of weeks. Let us know what the ultrasound showed.
We'll do it.
Okay, thank you, Mark, and we'll talk to you again. I guess we're going to summarize. We've got just a few moments left here, just a few seconds actually. Gray hair, copper deficiency, liver spot, selenium deficiency, cracked cuticles, essential fatty acid deficiencies, cramps and twitches, calcium deficiency, low blood sugars, chromium and vanadium deficiency. Listen up. You're going to find out how to add 10, 20, 30, 40 years to your life. And we'll be back again. Dr. Joel Wallach, your host. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
Well, folks, we're going to open the phones now and take your calls. The number is 520-333-4578. That's 520-333-4578. We found out what the problem was with the phones, and so I don't think you'll have any problems getting through tonight. If you do, well, if you do, then I got to tell you, then we got some real big problems that we got to solve. Because I went to a lot of trouble today to get this with the phone company to make sure that the problem that we were having got solved. The number is 520-333-4578.
There used to be a grain tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remained a drug that's high enough to feel. Because you know that when it snows, my eyes become alive and the light that you shine can't be seen.
Good evening. You're on the air.
Hi, Bill Cooper. This is Joe in Sun City, California.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Your I don't know what you call it. The signal's not coming in real good.
Well, that's.
I'm just saying that. That's
yeah. Well, we don't need to know that. What can we do for you?
Oh, you don't need to know that. Okay.
No, there's nothing I can do about it. So you're wasting your time and mine by even bringing it up.
All right. Suppose somebody could solve that problem.
Then you need to call the radio station, not me. It's your problem. You're having a problem with reception, not me.
Oh, I understand that.
And maybe the radio station is having problems transmitting, but you're wasting time. What can we do for you on the subject matter of tonight?
Oh, no, forget it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I've said it a million times, folks. Don't give me reception reports. There's nothing I can do about it. There's one or two things you can do. You can either call the radio station and find out maybe what your problem is as far as propagation or transmission or the part of the world that the antenna is covering, or you can get yourself a better radio or better antenna. There is nothing, read my lips, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, there is nothing that I can do about it. And I've said this 500 million times in the past, and I will say it 500 million times in the future. Do not call me to give reception reports. Call me about the subject matter of the broadcast. That's what the broadcast is for. This is not a radio show about radios. Now, when Doyle is on and he's giving you information about radios, he invites your calls about your reception problems, then he can help you because then that becomes the subject of the broadcast. The number is 520-333-4578. The subject tonight is Dr. Wallach and his recommendations on how you can improve your personal health. And if you haven't called yet, the number is 1-888-403-2405. That's 1-888-403-2405. The number to call in for the broadcast is 520-333-4578. That's 520-333-4578.
Hello, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, your host, a veterinarian and physician. And today we're going to talk about osteoporosis, a disease that everybody knows about but knows little about. And the thing that most people don't know is that there's many, many early signs, many early manifestations, and many late-stage problems that are associated with osteoporosis. We're going to cover these in detail. And so you're going to get educated on osteoporosis far more than medical doctors know anything about. This is the great disease. It causes more human misery and cost than any other disease in America. Let's start out with some of the early warning symptoms. Eyelid twitches, toe, foot, and leg cramps, back spasms. These are all indicators of low calcium in your blood, low blood calcium. And why would you have low blood calcium? Well, you have a low dietary calcium intake, and your body may have a hard time keeping up with the calcium need. It takes a little while for your parathyroid glands to get the calcium from your bones. And when there's a lag time there, you get eyelid twitches, toe cramps, foot cramps, leg cramps, and back spasms. Eyelid twitches in themselves are kind of interesting. Technically, they're called blepharospasm. That's kind of a sexy name. And the medical approach to blepharospasm is to surgically cut the muscles to the eyelid so it won't close. Also, they can inject botulism poison, the most potent poison on earth, into those eyelid muscles and poison them so they won't function anymore. Really, all you need is some calcium. Then there's hypercalcemia. This is where you have a high blood calcium, and this terrifies physicians normally. They will want to surgically remove your parathyroid glands. Normally, your blood calcium ranges from 8.5 to 10.5 milligrams percent. And if it gets up to 11, 11.5 to 12, 12.5, doctors believe your parathyroid glands are overactive, and the only thing you can do is surgically remove them. They are becoming overactive, the parathyroid glands, but basically if you take in enough calcium, they'll relax, get quiet, go back to sleep, and your blood calcium will go back down to normal. Certainly, calcium supplementation is preferential to surgical amputations of the parathyroid glands. Then there's bleeding from razor nicks. You guys that have to put toilet paper on your face for an hour or so after you nick yourself, or ladies, if you nick your shin shaving and it just won't stop. Normally, blood clotting mechanism should take place within less than a minute, and it takes calcium, takes a certain amount of calcium in your blood to pull that off. And so one of the earliest symptoms of osteoporosis is a bleeding problem when you nick yourself with a razor. Then there's receding gums, gingivitis, pyorrhea, periodontitis, periodontal disease, loose teeth, bridges and plates. This is the earliest symptom of major osteoporosis, and this can happen in a 12-year-old, 20-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 50-year-old, 75 years old, doesn't matter. When you have any of these dental problems, receding gums, gingivitis, loose teeth, bridges and plates, that means that the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth have melted away. Osteoporosis is already beginning, and you'll see osteoporosis in the facial bones and the jaw bones 20 to 50 years before you can recognize osteoporosis in the larger bones of your arms, your vertebrae, your pelvis, and your large leg bones, your hips and your thigh bones, the femur. And that's because the bones surrounding the roots of your teeth are only a millimeter or so thick. And when your bones get weak in the absence of minerals, they try to, in fact, get stronger by generating connective tissue or scar tissue. This happens to every bone in the body. not at the same rate. Some bones will do this faster than others, and that's highly variable from person to person. And so you get a whole interesting set of symptoms. First of all, let's look at a common malady, tinnitus or ringing in the ears. Most doctors say they don't know what causes that. If it has some dizziness or vertigo with it, it can be called Meniere's disease. If you have real serious vertigo with tinnitus or ringing in the ears, it can be called Wallach's vertigo. It was named after me because I figured out.
Well, that's it, folks. We're out of time for tonight. And we'll take phone calls for about 1 or 2 minutes, and then we're going to see you again tomorrow night. Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello, Bill. This is Dennis in North Carolina.
Hello, Dennis.
How are you doing this evening, Bill?
Good. What can I do for you?
Okay. My question is, I understand the Dr. Wallach system pretty good, but as far as like if you get to a certain point, you know you need to exercise. The question is, free weights versus a rubber band type machine to start working out.
Well, you're asking the wrong person. I really don't know what to tell you. I've worked out with weights. I've worked out with the rubber band type exercise things. I've jogged. I've run. Most of my life has been spent in the water, and that's what I think is really the very best exercise for anybody is a lot of swimming in the water. I think that and rowing exercises pretty close to most of the major muscles in the body. Swimming exercises almost every muscle in the body. But you're asking specifically between these two types, and I don't know which one is the best. So I can't answer that question for you.
So basically, the bottom line is get your ass up and start get it moving, right?
Yeah, get it moving. But if you really want my recommendation, I'd say swimming. It's the very best exercise there is for anybody.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your opinion, Bill.
You're welcome.
And good evening.
And thank you for the call. And that is just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen. It's based upon a lifetime of experience, and that's the best that I can give you along those lines. Good night, folks. See you tomorrow, and God bless each and every single one of you.
There's no reason for you to lose your mind, 'cause I've seen something that's gonna change our time. If I could, I'd make you understand. If I could, I'd make you understand. There's no hurry, it's gonna come for sure. 'Cause I know that someday we're gonna end our war. If I could, I'd make you understand. If I could, I'd make you understand. And if I
Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing difficulties with our music transmission capabilities at 98.5 FM. So we're going to go off the air tonight and probably part of tomorrow, and we hope to